Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
How is everyone?
Okay.
Okay.
I got
Both very good at the response thing.
I got something.
Yeah,
in
I
post.
just kind of forgot that you were talking to us because we've
Yeah.
already done this, and I was like, wait.
Yes, but these people
I
don't know
got
we've
this in
done
the
this.
post today.
I didn't realize
I mean, I
that
will
was out
say
yet.
yes, but I hate that series.
I haven't read book 3 yet.
I got it from Tor because I got the hardback when it originally came out. And I was debating whether or not at the time, because I was loving the series, to change all the rest of the books to hardback. But after reading Witch Shadow, I was like, do I really want all these in hardback now? Probably not. I will go back and read it because I did read it when I was in a bit of a slumpy mood, so that might have had an effect on my rating. But I still think that this series is better to be one that's just in paperback. Even though I did give the rest
I
of the series
prefer
4
the
and 5.
paperbacks. Well, because like the hardcovers for the first few books are like different art, aren't they? So, like,
There's still people on the
prefer
front, but yeah.
Yeah, I prefer the paperbacks. And so I wasn't buying Witch Shadow until it came out in paperback. The audiobook's just been sat in my Audible for like a year.
I did.
I know, didn't
I gave
Daphne
up
Press
after
just pick up Susan Dennard's next book, The Luminaries? I'm excited
Oh,
to see what else Daphne Press do.
Daphne Press. Oh, that's the Lumicrate.
The Illumicrate.
Is it really expensive?
They haven't announced it yet. They're like publishing it.
Right, because they did the what book did it?
Sabriel.
Yeah, fucking 75 quid.
This is their first like new acquisition, though. So
yeah, I don't think it's like a special
edition.
edition. It's just
And
like
also
the
these
regular.
arrived today.
So
I've got The Thief of Songs and Storms, The House with Chicken Legs, The Girl Who Speaks Bear, all for Black Widow. And then I've got Midnight Twins, which is the first in the series by Holly Race. I think this is the first in the series. If it's not, it's still getting signed because I'm taking it with me. And Deirdre Sullivan, Perfectly Preventable Deaths. That is the first in the series. Because I want to try and read them both.
Middle grade?
I think the YA question mark. I don't know.
Never heard of either.
They're both at Yalk anyway.
Oh, okay.
So I'm guessing so.
I'm starting to get really excited for Yalk.
So these are two that I've got to sign, and I don't even know if I like them yet, but the floppy, and that is good.
what are we all reading tonight? Before I start looking at comments.
Oh, that sunlight was aggressive there. I'm reading this.
Wild and Wicked Thing. I'm not reading Wild and
Wicked.
Yeah. You read the title though, well done.
Yeah.
I'm not reading that. I'm reading, trying to catch up with my buddy read pages of the Bone Shard's
daughter.
Bone Shard's daughter. Yeah, I nearly said the wrong word then because Emperor's the second one, isn't it? Yeah. So the Bone Shard's daughter, because I've not read any of the buddy read pages for this week yet. So this is my chunk today. I finished Spirit Bound, gave it 5 stars, but I still want to eat the main character out of a fucking window.
That's so fun. I'm so excited for everyone to start reading Bloodlines. Like, you don't understand how excited I am for everyone to start reading Bloodlines.
If Rose was a real person, I would boot her.
Have you met Sydney in Spirit Bound, or is she only in Last Sacrifice?
Oh, she was in the one beforehand, but okay. I like Sydney. I think she's feisty.
Love Sydney.
So from what I remember, Liv said that it follows different characters in Bloodlines. I'm hoping she's one of them because
she might be.
I'm hoping she is because Rose is fucking me off.
Yeah.
Big style.
I liked Rose when I first read that series, but I was like 14, and so.
Oh, yeah.
I had poor judgment, and I was like, "Oh, this bitch is a badass. She just wants to fight people," and I related.
Yeah, the fighting side of it, I relate to it. It's like, bitch, you fucked me off, do you know what I mean? But like, the other side of it, I'm just like, oh, get a grip of yourself. You've not learned anything from the last 4 books.
No.
Not a thing. Nothing. I hate it when characters don't have any character growth at all. It pisses me off. Still give it 5 stars because the rest of it was brilliant.
I have no comment because I've not read any of those books.
I would not recommend them to you.
No. I don't think you'd like it.
I'm reading this one still because I did not read anything yesterday, so I'm behind.
I like that we're both reading witchy sapphic books. They just have like massively different vibes.
Yeah, just a little bit different. Right, let's actually look at some of these comments. We have a Tori. Hello.
Hello.
Lots of hellos. Asking what is everyone currently reading. We have already answered, but finishing up Serpent and Dove, another book I have not read.
I've read that one. Not read the rest of the series.
I think you might like that one. Kind of, maybe.
Who knows? Oh, well, we've got an exciting comment in a minute. Hello, everyone reading Sabriel.
Ah, yay!
Told you it was an exciting comment. Yay!
Well done. And it was you the other day, like, oh, I don't know if it went well. Positive vibes, positive minds. Hell yes. So happy
Congratulations.
for you.
Mm.
Celebrations for Ash.
One of the things I need to do in these sprints is apply for a job. So I need to do the verbal reasoning test for one of the civil service jobs I've got to apply to.
Oh, fun.
Don't you love those tests?
So much.
Oh, God. Like, can I not just record what I previously did on another application and then just copy paste?
Yeah, like I've had to do one of these before. You hired me after I did one of these. Like, come on.
Somebody I work with literally did one of those sort of tests one week, passed it, did one the next week and failed it. It was the same test.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that makes sense.
I told her she
it's the
should have
civil
chased it up
service.
because I think it was a computer error because the mark she got was ridiculous, but she just left it because she couldn't be bothered to argue. And I was like, okay. Hello everyone, I finished work for my birthday weekend. Yay. Packing, reading dry, and it happened one summer this evening. Hi, Tori. Reading 2 books. Yes, she is. I am also technically reading 2 books. I am also reading City of Dragons, the audiobook, and if I don't have the mental capacity to read physically tonight, that might end up happening. Hello.
Hello.
Catherine also got that from Black Crow.
It is such a pretty cover, and it's my favourite colour as well. Purple.
It does look good, quite nice actually. I liked the covers, and I would have liked to have had them all together, but I pushed through the second one. I'm just like, no, I can't be bothered with this series.
But it's really annoying.
The second one.
The novella, even though it's still in paperback,
Yeah,
is a different fucking size.
yeah.
Why would you do that?
I refused to buy it, and I got the audio, and then they were like, it's actually really important that you can see this with your eyes. So they sent out like an e-file with like all of the things you need to actually look at, and I was like, oh, okay. What do blind people do?
Braille it, don't they?
An image.
Can you braille an image? You can't do, can't you?
Not really,
it
no.
wouldn't have the same impact.
You're only really getting the text from it. You wouldn't be able to actually, like, you'd have to have it sort of audio described to you instead.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yes. Like that one, I can't remember what book she was reading. I'm doing well already.
Oh, take it over me. This is good. This is good.
Is this the Witchland series, or is this a different series?
There was me thinking we're already past July. We're not, are we? And I was like, July next year? But fuck, we're only in June.
You're organised.
July, we've got good things happening in July.
I know. I was like, Jack's been and gone, and I forgot it happened.
Got a Kendra.
Hello.
Hi everyone, I'm reading If Cats Disappeared from the World.
Oh, that'd be
Interesting
depressing.
title.
I mean, I'm not a cat person, but I don't want them to disappear.
No.
Reading The Blackbird by Tim Weaver. Have not heard of that one. Sophie Anderson. I think that's just Tori's excitement.
Unlike my 3 books.
Yeah.
But do you think, like, these need to be fast reads? I'm sure there was a different. I'm sure there was another one in that Girl Who Speaks Bear, House of Chicken. I'm reading the title and I don't even say it right. House with Chicken Legs.
Does
I'm
it
sure
not
there's another
tell
book
you
as
in
well.
one of them if there's other ones published?
I think it might be Castle the Tangled spells magic thing, but I think I've got
I've
that one.
definitely heard that title before.
Mm.
So I might just reread Castle Tangled Spells Magic. Magic, yeah. Castle. There we go.
There we go.
I might just read all of them. Get some more points from Black Widow. How are you both doing for your teams anyway? Eh?
Oh,
I'm doing quite well.
I have not logged
I'm
anything
asking you,
anywhere.
and I fucking know. I've got no scores.
I'm currently on 0 on the spreadsheet.
Yeah, Meg is not
I've not even
watching.
tracked it in my personal tracker. I'm just like vibing for now.
Come on, girl.
I mean, like,
will
I'm
not
doing,
watch
I'm
it.
like, I'm doing well with like what I've actually read. Like, I'm doing okay.
Okay.
But I don't know how many points it is. Like, I'll figure that out at some point.
Okay, we're vibing because I'm gonna do week 2. Obviously while I'm listening to Bloodshot Daughter in the first sprint, I'm gonna be doing the week 2 current scoring. So yeah, I'm really excited because we
I've
have
read
like
11 things. So
11
track them
things.
in the
Thank
next
you,
sprint.
Scarlet Witch.
We currently have 700 books logged.
Wow.
I was trying to convince Tori not to log anything earlier.
Don't
think it worked.
I love how someone put on one of the track on one of the numbers 45 question mark for points.
Maybe. We don't know.
Maybe.
There was
Okay, love
some
that.
confusion about whether or not Catherine was reading 2 books, if it was just one long title. Reading Unlucky 13.
Oh, that
I have
sounds
not heard of
impressive.
that one, Sayapan, because I cannot pronounce her name. So
You can't say it right now, can you? I love it.
Some highs for Sayapan.
Oh, Chain of Gold.
It's aiming for 4 chapters, which is like 90 pages. Nice.
Yeah, I always forget how long Cassandra Clare chapters are, and then I'm reading them, and I'm like, okay, I like this, but why?
just
like,
why?
Come on, like this is fast paced. You could like split it up a little bit.
I'm trying to think. There's someone I've read who does really long chapters, and I can't remember who it is. And I'm just like, I really just want to get to the. Well, it's probably Robin Hobb actually. I'm just like, I really want to get to the end of a chapter to go to sleep. And you've still got like 50 pages left of the chapter, and I've read 20 already.
The thing is, she could so easily have split those chapters up.
Yeah.
I would rather have a book that had like 100 chapters that were small chapters that had like fewer pages, because it really, in the grand scheme of things, it means nothing. If it's the same amount of pages, splitting the chapters up means literally nothing to an author, really. But to a reader, it means everything, especially when, like a lot of us, you like to get to the end of a chapter, like before you put the book down.
Yeah. I temporarily DNF'd a little life because I was 66 pages in, and the next chapter was still like 80 pages away. And I was like, I'm going to bed now. Like, I'm not coming back to this.
I'm going to bed now. You sit there, think about your actions.
I put a bookmark in it. I was like, I think I was like halfway through a sentence. I was like, let me just have a look at how long I've got left. And it was like page 150 was like the end of the chapter. And I was like, absolutely not. Not happening. I closed it. Then I messaged my friend. I was like, why would you tell me to read this book where the chapters are like a whole book?
What's worse than long chapters is long sentences. I started trying to read The Hobbit, and I swear to God, the first sentence, or the first one, second one, it lasted like a page. And I was like, when does this sentence actually end?
No.
I don't mind long sentences as long as like the grammar in it doesn't infuriate me.
No, it just sometimes it's like pretentious in it. It's like there's no need.
Yeah, but I don't mind a pretentious writing style. It's my guilty pleasure.
I think I'll be okay if I listen to it as an audiobook because I won't notice it. But like the way I was reading it, I couldn't take it in. I didn't like it.
Because I don't mind like Flora writing like Stranger Dreamer, Lady Taylor, bitch, take my money. Like she's amazing. But then when you have like long, stupidly convoluted sentences like there was in the House of Leaves, it makes me want to either look out of a goddamn window. I've got 80 pages in, and me and Lindsay, I sent a message. I'm like, Lindsay, I know that apparently after page 100, like it gets better or whatever, or like there's less fucking bumps, but I can't anymore. The way that he talks to you, it's like the way you would talk to a child who doesn't know English at all, and it's oh god, I felt like I was being talked down to. I felt thick as fuck. I'm like, no, I'm not about this. I don't want to read a book that makes me feel like I'm stupid.
Fair enough.
I'm like, no.
I do have that one to read eventually.
Sorry.
Just don't.
Finishing up Serpent and Dove and then reading Heartstopper Volume 4. Yay. Be prepared for the feels. Hi, Catherine.
Do you know when 5 comes out?
God knows she's not even really started writing it yet. She's wrote like half a chapter so far.
Oh, right. I thought the whole thing was out already on the webcomic thing.
No, so she got to the end of writing Volume 4, then went on a bit of a hiatus then because was just feeling some burnout because it was just after Loveless had come out as well, and that took a lot, right? With it being quite personal as well. Just said that it was a lot. Then started writing again because basically they're on the webcomic, but then also you're on her Patreon, you get daily pages because usually it's a page a day. Had started writing again, then had to go on hiatus because of the TV show. Started writing again, then went on a hiatus again because of burnout, and is now still on hiatus for the time being. Like the Volume 5 is planned, but I believe now, judging by Instagram yesterday, it's got to write season 2 and possibly 3 of the TV show. Because they've got 2 months to do like a big project, and I'm guessing it's season 2 and 3 of the TV show.
Are they going to bring it out that quickly?
Well, I think they'll want it out next year, and obviously they've got to write all the scripts and film it. And if it's anything like season 1, she'll be writing all the scripts.
Oh, true.
So that's obviously the first step before they can do any other production.
Oh, that's crazy.
But so yeah, I wouldn't expect Volume 5 till like back end of next year, realistically. But we've got obviously the yearbook. So that's one of the things as well during the hiatus. A lot of stuff in the yearbook. I've already seen some of the short.
I've got that,
there's some short stuff that's going to be in the yearbook that I've already seen because I'm on a Patreon, so I've had them sent to me.
Oh, right, okay. I forgot that was coming in October, so that's going to keep me going. That's fine.
Yeah.
And I do have Loveless to read this year as well because that's on
It was so good, Lisa. I finished it 2 days ago. I'm still in my feelings.
Really?
I'm so happy that you liked it because I love it so much.
It was picked as my 12 books, 12 prompts. It was picked by Lydia as my book. So it's definitely going to get read at some point this year. So, yeah, and I really need
I suggest you buy the really adorable American edition because it's so beautiful.
It's beautiful. I have that one.
So cool.
I really need to read the short story in the back as well because that wasn't part of the audiobook I was listening to.
Yeah, I haven't read that yet because it's new for the American copy.
Yeah, Hands Against Our Hearts.
It's just like it's like found family vibes, and it's friends at uni, and it's so cute.
Even if there's no love in a book, no romance whatsoever, if you give me a found family,
it's not an unromantic book. There is romance happening in it, just not for our main character.
Because the whole point as well is that love is still there, even if it's not a romantic love. Like that's kind of the whole vibe of the book, and it's just love it so much. Anyway,
am I gonna cry? Am I gonna cry?
It was like midnight, and I had my audiobook in, and I just had like the biggest grin on my face. I was like, "Oh my god!"
Tori's heart cannot cope with spell slinger, Lisa, and this is your fault.
I'm sorry. I did warn you. I did warn you multiple times that I broke down at every single one of those books, and I will warn you again. book 4 will crush you into a million pieces, but you still need to read them all.
I don't believe that you're sorry.
I'm not sorry, but yay!
I'm not sorry. I was listening to Smash earlier today, so whenever someone has said "I'm not sorry" recently, I've just like had that song in my head, and I'm like, no one knows this song, no one understands the reference.
That reminds me, actually, I was listening to Company earlier, and I got to Lady to Lunch, and I remembered. Have I ever asked you? Have you seen the film Camp?
Me?
Meg, you need to watch it. It's basically a film. Well, actually, everyone should watch it. It's not great, but it's amazing at the same time. It's a film about teenagers who go to a summer camp that is a musical theatre summer camp, and it's just like very messy lives at this summer camp. But they do sort of like really crappy amateur productions of shows. So they have like a version of Company singing Ladies Who Lunch, but one of the people in it poisons the other person who's supposed to be playing it and pushes her off stage halfway through. It's really dramatic and over the top. And there's also like a thing about how there's not enough people of color to do like so they keep doing roles that aren't made for them. So they put on a production of Dreamgirls and half of the cast is white. It's supposed to be awful. It's not like saying it's a good thing. It's like Stephen Sondheim's in it. And what else is it? It's Anna Kendrick's first film, actually.
Oh wow!
It's very good. It's not, but it's very good.
Yeah. No, I'll have to add that to my list.
Yeah, it just reminded me when I was listening to because it said Lady to Lunch is in it, and I'm like, Meg would like this film. Hello. Alice also blamed you. Well, hello.
I told you you love it and you cry and I'm not fucking sorry, bitches.
Kendra is reading Plain Bad Heroines.
Oh,
I have that book and I have no idea what it's about.
Same.
It's queer.
That's what I heard.
It's about years prior, these girls at this school die. And something to do with these.
Well, so I read the synopsis and it was like ages ago this thing happened, and then I was like, okay, well, who are we following? Like, what is going on in the current
following
day?
like girls in the current timeline, trying to find out what happened to the girls in the past.
Okay, it's because the synopsis had no mention of current gay people, and I was like,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I've heard this is queer, so
yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? But yeah, these girls in the current period trying to find out what happened, and then shit goes down. But they try to do this eerie vibes thing, and I try to listen to the audiobook, and it tries to give you eerie vibes, but I'm just like, it's not working. I don't know what it was about it.
Oh,
and then I was like, you need the physical as well because there's some illustrations in it, and I'm like, okay, that might make it better. It doesn't.
Oh,
see,
I'm so glad that I spent money on the physical book.
Same.
It's the same author as Miseducation of Cameron Post, isn't it?
Is that
Emily Danforth?
Yeah, I really liked that one. It was a really good book, but it's a completely different vibe. Like that one's contemporary, and it's not like weird.
This is trying to be dark academia, but I don't think it gives the right vibes. Yeah. Not my vibe.
No, that one's about like queer teenager who's in a small town, and it's different vibes. Not participating in the readathon, but I'm reading For Real by Alexis Hall. I have not read that one, but I've read 2 Alexis Hall books and really liked both of them, so I hope you like it.
I think I have Something Fabulous. Is that Alexis Hall?
Maybe. I think so. Yeah, I think I've got that one. I've read Boyfriend Material, and
I need to still read that.
The baking one that I really love that I can't remember the name of. What's it called? Rosaline Palmer Takes Cake. There we go.
I almost bought that while I was in America because it was like so nice and like floppy, but then it was like $18, and I was like, I can buy this at home.
Yeah, I got it in a bookshop in York the other week. I'd read it last year. I got an arc of it, but the sequel's coming out soon, and I'm very excited for it. Well, I say it's a sequel; it's a companion. Like every year, it's going to be a new series of the Bake Off program.
So. Excellent.
Yes,
I like it.
More congrats for Ash. Tori's reading 4 books at the minute.
Surprise!
Have 3 books currently going. Oh, I'd not heard of the last one until you told me about it today, but I like the first 2. Got Ship of Destiny and the Atlas 6.
I
And then
haven't read the
Fastest
Atlas
City in
6.
the World.
Yeah.
I really
have
enjoyed
read
it.
it. I liked it.
Like, I liked it.
Well, I didn't really enjoy it. I liked it.
I do think you should try and read the new version of it just to see if there are differences that make it better for you. Because
Yeah,
you've read the original Indie Pupped, haven't you?
I did. I got it just as TikTok started hyping it up, and then it like really blew up, and I was like, oh, I don't want to share my opinion on this. People might hurt me.
No.
And they probably would as well because of that dramatic.
Yeah.
How dare you not like a book?
After Lynn's comment of saying she's reading 3 books, Kendra then said, I liked that book. So I don't actually know which one that is.
Which of the 3?
Yes, which ones, Meg?
Good luck.
Lisa, you just said the name of book 4 while saying you said it wrong. Haha. The Girl Who Speaks Bear is book 4 for Sophie Anderson. Maybe just double check what books you've got and what order they need to be read in, please.
Where's book 3 then?
We're going to ignore this comment. Logged 3 books and then stopped to check I was logging them under the right name.
Oh shit! I still need to check that for you, don't I?
I don't think you should check it. I think you should just not let her log anything else.
No.
To be fair, though, there
we'll
are a few
ignore this
people that have been entering the names wrong on a couple of occasions, and I've just had to adjust the names because when I'm trying to work out who out of each team's got the most points, he's doing duplicate names, and I'm just like, it's not your name.
I like registered so long ago though. I'm like, I'm assuming I went with my handle, but like I might not have done.
I can tell you. I will find out on the first sprint, and I will let you know.
See, I feel as long as you put your right team, the team will get the points, won't it? It's for the
The other one is
things.
for you winning something.
So if I put the wrong on it, it'd be fine. As long as I give them Scarlet Witch, we're fine.
Yeah. Exactly. So the first live giveaways are going to be happening next Tuesday. Need to actually
exciting.
Exciting times. 700 books is amazing in 2 weeks.
For a second, I really thought that Tori was saying she read 700 books in 2 weeks. I was like, what are you talking about?
I think Lisa's still overwhelmed by the sheer amount of people that have been reading things and how many books have been read. Yeah, that's how Lisa's brain like copes with this. It's just it's along for the ride.
It's like I didn't even know this many people existed. Actually knew who I was. Oh, thank you. Love you too. Still shocked though.
A few chapters in, it seems good so far. It seems like Japanese translated books that have cats in them, such as The Guest Cat and Travelling Cat Chronicles. That gives me a bit more context about what that book is. Thank you. Okay. Siobhan, I'm going to say her name properly, is reading another James Patterson book. DNF'd A Little Life. A friend told me how it ends, and to be honest, I'm glad I made that choice. I never ever plan on reading that book, but I know how it ends, and no.
Like, I get it. It's one of my favourite books, but I understand why. Like, I would never recommend it to somebody.
I just don't want to read a book that is just pure like misery and pain all the way through.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
there are moments.
moments. Everyone that's read it has said, I can't say I enjoyed the book.
No, I did.
It's a good book. It's well
written.
I
didn't have fun, but I enjoyed it.
Right. Knowing that, because that's how I like describe Docile, is that I can't say it's an enjoyable book, but I appreciated it.
Yeah,
how did you enjoy Docile?
No, I thought it had a lot of interesting discussions.
There we go. Fair enough. I'm just checking you're not just like wanting people to be in pain.
No, I'm absolutely telling everybody, do not read A Little Life. Like, it's written very well, but only if you are interested in reading it.
Fair enough. Tori did the Circus Lord of the Rings audiobooks and they were amazing. Yeah, if I read Lord of the Rings, I will be listening to those versions. Took me over a month to get through House of Leaves. I needed breaks from it. Yeah, I've watched the most I know about this book is Books and Lala's like videos on it.
She went and read it twice. I'm sorry. Who does that?
For the same book club discussion, she was like,
Say, I couldn't read it with the footnotes, so I thought, why not read this stupidly long, pretentious 600-page book once through without footnotes, and then with why? What? Possessed?
Yeah. I was looking. I'm like,
it's one of her favorite books ever. So
she does like weird stuff, though, doesn't she?
She does.
I love her.
I mean, she admits that. She's like, what is my type of book? Weird shit.
Yeah. I get that. She likes Buddy as well, doesn't she?
I really want to read that.
Me too. We should Buddy read it.
I want to read it.
Buddy read. There we go.
It's on Kindle Unlimited right now.
I have the ebook anyway, so I have it ready to go.
We'll have to do it in July or August.
I can't. What are you saying?
Not this month, but I want to read it this month now that we've said it, but we can't.
Okay. Another plus for the Circus Lord of the Rings audiobooks.
Yes.
Love Japanese and Korean translations. They're strange and love them. I've wondered if I should read the Atlas Six this month. Do it. Yeah, they'll want to get it out, or the cast will look young enough. Yes, they will. But she'll need season 5 out so can write the show script. Thing is, she knows what happens, I believe, in Volume 5. But I think what will probably happen is if they write 2 and 3 together, then could be filming those preparing to film those while she's writing Volume 5.
Yeah.
Because she's done, like I said, the first section of it, because where it's heading is adorable at the minute, but
I just don't know how much more adorable it can get.
There's milestones in a relationship that you still need to get to, so.
Oh. I feel like it's a weekly thing recently where I'm telling myself I don't need to reread Heartstopper. I'm like, every week I'm like, should I? And I'm like, no, you have other things.
I was in that mood, yeah.
Yeah. Basically, Volume 5 is going to catch up to where Nick and Charlie happened. So it's going to be like Nick going to university.
I haven't read Nick and Charlie yet.
That's when it's set. It's not telling you that. That's not a spoiler.
No, I'm saying I have not read Nick. I don't even own Nick and Charlie yet, or Born to Do This. Born with This. What is it called?
I was born for this.
The Born for This. It's born for something. Something was born.
You know what is a hate crime from Alice Oseman? This. When I turned the page and saw that, I was so mad. I was like, and Lisa, when you've read it, you'll understand.
I gave Meg out of context spoilers for what that could be used for in prompts, and was like, but don't worry, everything's fine. But out of context, this is what it could be used for. And then that page angered her.
I was like, how dare she?
I need to read it now.
It's up to you if you want to read it, but it will sort of spoil some things of, like, you can kind of guess where Volume 5's going in a way if you have read that, because you know kind of where they're at in the relationship, so you know what needs to happen in between. But
right, okay,
it will spoil some bits, but it is also just cute.
And I also do not care about spoilers for anything, and have said this multiple times in multiple places.
Are you the kind of person that reads to the back of the book before the fin, and then just see what the ending is?
I mean, I've done that a few times, but only if I'm considering DNFing it, because I'm trying to figure out if it's worth getting through. Like, never for just a regular book that I'm enjoying.
My sort of thing that I probably shouldn't admit to, and like my bad reading habit, is when it's a romance, skipping through a little bit just to see like roughly when the couple get together, to see how long I'm gonna have to like be tortured by because I prefer them to get together like halfway through, so that
you're not into the answer, no.
Yeah. No, to be fair though, like that's really valid because I was reading a romance last month called Meet Me in the Margins, and like it took them
Meet
so
Me in the
long to get
Margins.
together. It was really cute. Like I loved the premise, but
my pet peeve is them getting together on the last page. I'm like, why? I've not been able to enjoy this at all.
Yeah, like where is the? Anyway,
Where's the love?
I'm going to try and speed through some of these comments, by the way, because I've just realised we've been talking for 35 minutes.
Oh, look.
So, Kendra loved Loveless. It's her fave. Yes. And it's in Durham, is what that is supposed to say.
Durham.
Loveless is my fave as I'm asexual and it helped me accept myself.
Oh,
that's
that is actually ace. Oh my god. Oh.
Yes, I love Strange if it's done well. Murakami does it so well, but they are usually quite large. Murakami is one of my sister's boyfriend's favourite authors, but I have not even tried.
I've not read a Murakami, I don't think.
Loveless is one of my favourite Osman. It's my favourite apart from Heartstopper.
I did try and read Norwegian Wood and I fucking hated it.
There will be a book discussion for Loveless on Books and Things with Alicia's channel. On the 16th of the 6th, I'm guessing that is American dates, which is
June.
Wait, that's today.
That is today.
I'm very confused. But anyway, it's happening at
Please,
some
Alicia,
point.
tell us if it's happening today.
I'm sure we can check out our channel and find out. Enjoying the Atlas 6 so far, about 100 pages in. Doing a buddy read of Alice for the whole Spellslinger set now, so I'm going to go through the pain with Alice. Nice. I could barely read that then for some reason.
You got a case of elitisms.
Yeah. It will be fun and full of pain, but fun.
You're going to suffer, but you're going to be happy about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Age to find camp somewhere. Yes, you do. It's just like I said. It's a bad film, but it's so good. So good. Has anyone ever watched like Center Stage? It came out at the same time as that film.
I've seen the second one.
Oh no, the second one's not good. The first one's amazing.
Okay, the second one I do enjoy though. It is terrible.
Don't waste your time with playing bad heroines. I mean, I spent money on it. I'm going to read it. Leave me alone.
I only got it like a month ago. Where were you a month ago?
I'm reading it and I still don't know what it's about. That was me reading Scarlet Sea though, and I gave it 5 stars.
Yeah, you told me to read it.
It's like I cannot give you a synopsis, but vibes.
Vibes.
Oh, this is better. It's the 16th of July.
Okay,
that's good. I could reread it before then.
You could,
because I read it last year. Whenever it first came out, I've only read it once, and I do need to reread it. And Meg's told me the audiobook is very good. So
I did enjoy the audiobook. I do. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, if it's done well, like this, it's not even the most painful one. I just picked up the nearest one to me.
I haven't even started the Dragon series of that yet.
It's not that heartbreaking, Dragon one. It's not.
I still haven't picked up Ship of Magic.
But I am a bit worried.
Get out.
I read 60 pages and it just didn't. I just got bored.
Yeah. You need to push through it. It gets better.
I do. But I'm not pushing through it.
I'm not mad.
The month of 2 readathons.
I am a bit worried about the Dragon books though, because I've got to book 3 and some of the characters from live ships are now coming into it. So this is when I'm worried because I'm like, I like these characters. Do not do anything to them. Like some of the things happen to the other characters in the first one, but I'm fine because I don't know them.
Kendra was not a fan of the Dragons.
No, clearly not. Beep, beep, beep.
Okay. The comments keep jumping. There we go. I've already thrown my whole TBR out the window and started reading books I've forgotten about before Yalk. I'm not going to read a load of books before Yalk. I will get books signed anyway, whether or not I've read them.
I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy them, pack them away.
My vivid memory from Yalk last time I went was taking Prior of the Orange Tree to get signed and just sort of smiling along with me and getting it signed, knowing full well that I had not read it, and I did not know when I ever planned on reading it. I'd not read a single Samantha Shannon book, but I was like, I feel like I should not miss this opportunity.
I went for it came out the day after I went to a sign-in for it because she did the launch in London Waterstones. Piccadilly Waterstones, whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't need to have thoughts of this book because it's not out yet. You gave it to me an hour ago.
Nice. I remember going to a book signing. It was Patrick Ness book signing for release, I think, and it wasn't supposed to come out till the day I went to the signing, but I'd seen it in a shop like a couple of days before, and I'd been to London for the weekend. I'd read it on the coach on the way down there because it's fairly short. And I told him like how much I enjoyed it, and he's like, "You've read it?" It was just like in shock. I'd already read the book. I'm like, "Yes, I gave it 5 stars."
I
don't
like
think I've read a Patrick Ness.
I haven't read a Patrick Ness. Is he the one that does the monster calls that everyone says
Yes.
it breaks them?
Oh, I have read a Monster Calls, and it was sad. And I own The Rest of Us Just Live Here.
I've read all of his YA books. I haven't read any of his adult. He's got a couple of older adult ones. I like all of them. I don't particularly love the last one that came out. Then it was a little bit weird, but it was still enjoyable.
Oh, is that the dragon one?
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
Like the concept sounded really cool, and then no one liked it. I love The Intimacy Experiment.
I haven't read that one yet. I've read The Room.
Booktube with Amy bought it for me, as well as Read Between the Lines, because I said I was slumping, so she's like, to get you out of the slump, here's some fun contemporary.
But also, you should read You Deserve Each Other First.
I have got that on my books to read.
I know, because I bought it for you.
I know you have.
I think everybody should read it.
Literally, that was what the note said when you bought it me, was if you own it, you can read it, right?
This is my love hypothesis, is what I got.
Have we all seen Andy's tattoo? No.
No.
Where can I see this?
Probably on Rose Discord, won't it?
Probably. I will have a look in the first one.
Yeah.
It's so good. I've read it regardless, Nick and Charlie. Yeah, like I read it anyway. I read it like before I'd read volume 4, so like got spoiled for a lot of things. But
I think I read it on like Monday.
I will say,
the day you sent it, I read it. Yeah, basically.
I ended up reading it twice actually, because I read it before when it was just an ebook, and there's been changes to it, like when it got published as an actual like paperback.
I remember you saying this.
The changes make it a lot better. So, it just removes some things that cause a lot more heartbreak than is necessary. So, I again explained these to Meg after. I was
because Chloe was like, "You need to suffer through this too."
Yeah,
like, do you want to hear the sad thing? I'm gonna tell you the sad thing anyway.
It was not good. It was not good.
I love that.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes.
Peel literally just finished playing Bad Heroines. The dragon ones suck. They don't suck. They're not as good as anything else, but they don't. They're still Robin Hobb, so there's still something good about them. Kendra feels like crying that Samantha Shannon is at York. I'm very sorry that you cannot be there.
Did you want things signing? All of my Samantha Shannon is already signed, Kendra. If you send me things to get signed, I will get them signed for you.
Oh, look at Meg being beautiful.
I need to figure out my like who I want to meet. I need to print off the schedule and figure it out, because
and then you need to tell me if there's anyone I need to see.
Yeah,
that's later. Because then I won't go to the theatre those days. If you're already doing the work, I mean.
Well, because I need to figure out, like, one, because of that, like what day would be best to try and go to the cinema. Like if I don't care about things a bit more later on, because it does tend to die out as it goes on throughout the day anyway. But also because, like, similar thing, like if there's people who can't go and want something signed, like I know for a fact I do not care about Cassandra Clare, but people want extra books.
You're my +1 carer, so we need to coordinate these things.
Yeah. Although I've realised with that, we need to figure that out, because I looked into that, and it's a good job I do actually have a ticket as well, because technically you can go on that +1 carer thing without getting a ticket, but then you're not allowed to participate in any of the signings. So I may have to hide that wristband and be like, no, I've got one I'm paid for. Let me get things signed. Rainwild isn't that heartbreaking overall. It's mostly teeny hornagers.
Teeny hornagers.
I was like, am I reading this wrong? Like, no. That is very true in all fairness, though. That is, there's one particular character and I don't care who she sleeps with. I just wanted to shut up talking about it.
Literally, I think in my wrap up, I was talking about how like the world is ending. Like, please stop having sex with people. Like, there is things happening.
This is worse. She's not actually sleeping with anyone. She's just deciding which one she wants to sleep with. And what, for God's sake.
No.
Andy's tattoo is on the Crab Discord.
You've read Aurora's End, haven't you?
I have indeed.
So, like, literally, everyone was too horny for the situations they were in. I was like, what is going on?
I've not read Aurora's anything. I've got books 1 and 3, but I've not read any of them.
You've not got 2?
It's me, Meg.
She hasn't.
Oh.
See, now I'm thinking about Aurora's End. I'm like, yeah, because especially with like what the actual concept was in that as well. I'm like, was there time for this? Like,
the world is end. Let's have sex.
I believe this is in response to Samantha Shannon.
Yeah, just send me a message. We'll figure something out.
I also wonder this because when I last looked, she was 1 away.
Oh.
She's not 1 away anymore.
Is she not?
That no.
Hey, well done.
I was going to put like a shout out before we went on sprint, so I was just going to be like, we should be subscribed to everyone on the screen, but most importantly, she's 1 away from 100.
Yay.
If you're not subscribed to her when you're on here, she's lovely. Go subscribe.
I've been shouting about it all week on Twitter, just like, please go and subscribe.
I've not been on Twitter all that much this week. I need to go and like shout a bunch of people out because I've been lazy as fuck with Twitter.
No, every time I got like a tweet notification, I was like, "Oh, Chloe's noticed something about my channel that I have yet."
I've just been stalking your channel just to see, like, she's getting so close.
So what people do that to me? They're like, "Oh, yeah." People are like, "Oh, you're so near this milestone." I'm like, I try not to think about it. My mates are like, "There you go, subscribe."
Oh, now I'm
this is very true. Bad Robin Hobb is still much better than other books.
True.
We love you too, Kendra.
We love you too.
I do care for Classic Claire, which is why I'm reading Chain of Gold and the Chain of Iron. There we go, I got it. In the next 2 weeks because I don't want to spoil when she's with Samantha Shannon. Fair enough. Meg, you hit 100 subs. Yay! Right, we are very near the end of the comments, I promise. But I'm not at that point of reading the Rainwild portion, so I'm just guessing. Yeah. It's like I said, it's not bad. It's still Hobb. It's just not the best. Like the actual plots are just a bit like, okay. I think I have like 1 sub. I need to work on that shit for Schwabbalong. I can't say it. But
you do. You'll be fine.
I didn't even realise you had a channel to be subscribed to. Tori, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Same. But also, Schwabbalong will help with that.
Yes. So get your channel link posted on the Twitter and we will hype you the fuck up.
Oh yeah, you know we're all gonna post about it. Congratulations, Meg. 11 away from 100. Let's go and subscribe to more people.
Let's show the love.
All the milestones today. Yes, Meg. All those world-ending teenager books. Highway to the Horny Danger Zone. Yeah. Subscribed.
Subscribed.
Kendra is going to be doing booktube content soon. She gets them tomorrow. Very excited for this. I feel like it's going to be very fun to watch.
I cannot wait for that shit.
I'm just like, it's going to be like the no holds barred reactions to things.
This is not a family friendly channel. Should be on every single thumbnail. Not family friendly. 18 plus. XXX.
I'm assuming this is some sort of emoji that we just can't see. Okay. Yeah, Kendra. And Smashley soon as well. She's also making videos.
Yes.
It's all exciting times. Oh. This is the last comment. The pure, unadulterated, not safe for work. And on that note, I've actually got to the end of the comments.
Yay!
And look who was prepared.
Wow. Wow.
So, we're actually going to read now.
Yeah.
I'm going to go walk the dog, but...
Well, fine. We're gonna go and be productive.
Bye.
Hello.
Why?
Because you can. If we fucking can, we will.
I mean, I could just do this. How do we all do?
Meg, go first. I don't know where I am.
Okay.
I was asking anybody. Somebody tell me how you do.
Like, Lisa took a breath and I was like, am I waiting? I walked the dog and I listened to my audiobook. Have no idea how far in I really am.
You also started a war of words with Liv on Twitter, which I quite enjoyed.
Yeah. Yeah, that was like just now. So in between that, so I started the typing and the London going process.
I'm only 22 pages into The Moonchild's Daughter, so I've got a hell of a long way to go.
How many pages do you need to read?
What day are we on? Thursday? 200.
Okay, you got.
But I did slow it down because I was trying to listen as well as make my chicken.
Ah, okay.
And I couldn't finger my chicken.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just like, yeah, and then I saw your face. Like, oh yeah, I heard what you said. Yeah.
I couldn't do my chicken thighs with oh fucking hell. I couldn't do two things at once.
You couldn't prepare the chicken properly.
Yes, words.
There we go. So when you in the next one, I'm guessing you can read it alongside and you'll be quicker.
Yeah, I'm gonna ramp it up a bit.
I read about 30 pages and then I got distracted by the obviously wrong points that were announced on Twitter because we need a recount. There we go. Speaking of the team captain that we're not happy with right now, she will not be joining us today. She's feeling too tired after being in the first week of her new job. So. But she is in the comments, I've seen. Right, where am I? I cannot find where we were in the comments. 1 second. Oh, here it is. So Tori letting us know what her YouTube channel name is. I did find her and subscribe to her, so she has more subscribers now for ready when she starts posting things. It's under A Scottish Lass Reads.
Yes.
It is indeed the year of becoming booktubers.
It is, and we love to see it.
Ew, we want more people. Alice also found Tori's YouTube page.
She now has 15 subscribers.
See?
There we go.
Books and Things with Alicia, now at 93 subscribers.
See.
I did go and subscribe in that sprint. I saw the Loveless live show that was scheduled.
The power of the YouTubes.
The think she's winning, but just.
Shall I tell you how close it is though? If a little person up that way had have logged the books, the likelihood is you would have been in front.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Liv's response was, well, actually, I can show you on this one. She hasn't put her points in yet. So basically, Meg said that not for long for Shang-Chi winning. Liv then said, I haven't logged any of my books yet. And Meg was like, neither have I. And it's only the 16th. I'm going to read more.
Yeah, I was like,
so
Liv maybe capped at 18 books. I am 100% going to continue reading books.
She started a new job, so she's been pretty tired. So I doubt she's done much reading. So
just rest, Liv. It's fine. Just rest.
Yeah.
So the way that it stands at the moment, on average, it is very, very small differences. So Loki's 250, Black Panther's 271, Black Widow's 277, Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch is 338, and Shang-Chi's only 389.
Okay.
So difference in points. So it's not that much of a jump. That's like a book.
That's gone up a lot since last week, though. I've been saying it was 200 and something last week.
Yeah.
So, nice jump.
Yeah, and the highest, I don't know what the highest is in thingamajiggies, but the one with the highest points is like 3,500 points. Someone's got.
Nice. I think I'm at like just under 2,000 at the minute.
An individual has 3,500.
But like to put that in context, like I've read like I think 11 books at the minute and 2,000. So imagine how many more you have to get to that.
it's mad. How the hell has this person got that many points? Pretty crazy.
All the reading.
All the reading.
No, you don't, Catherine. You do not need to bring this back. You can also have a rest.
I love that. You're like, just rest. Just rest.
Just like take the month of June to calm yourself before the craziness that's going to happen in July. Whether you're going to Yalk or you're going to be doing Yalkathon, let's just rest. Unless you're on Team Scarlet Witch and then read everything. You read everything.
I'm trying.
Yeah, you are. In the rankings overall, I'm not going to go by teams. So, Chloe, you are 1, 2, 3. 5th overall. Jenna Marshall is 1st. Books and Ray is 2nd. Rachel Page is 3rd. Lynn the Bookworm is 4th, and you are 5th. Sayop Han reads a lot is 6th.
So what I'm hearing here is that I'm the winning team captain, even if the team isn't winning. I feel good about this.
You are the winning team captain, and the other team captains are Becca's down in like 10th.
Has she logged everything?
I think Becca logged as she goes, so yeah.
She'd forgot a couple the other day, but I think we were like neck and neck and she forgot a couple.
Yeah. I feel like as soon as she finds out about this, she's going to be like, oh no.
She's going to be bouncing out those graphic novels. She's on like 300 points behind you, so she might be 10th, but 300 points is a lot.
She does read quicker than I do, though. This is the thing. Like, I feel like I'm going to slow down now. I'm busy for this is going into July, but like after this is my last week where I'm not ridiculously busy because I have lots of London trips coming up.
I'm going to London tomorrow and I'm already jealous of your London trips. Like
you're going one less time than I am.
That's not the point. You're going when I won't be there. That's the point.
You're going tomorrow. I've got to go to work.
Well,
I've just realised I won't even have you to message. How dare you?
No.
How we get through the day.
Literally.
Right.
I love this.
Sayapam did 135 pages of Unlucky 13.
Yeah.
But then she said this. How dare you?
Come on, Sayapam. I thought you read a lot. You did. Lies. Lies.
Catherine read 44 pages and packed to go away. Where are you actually going? I know it's your birthday weekend, but I don't know what you're doing. Indulge us.
I need to pack in the next sprint, maybe.
Black Panther did indeed move up a spot, but you're still like behind, aren't you? So.
Still a bit low.
I'm very competitive when it comes to this, apparently.
Like, yeah, but you're still not second here. You're still not there.
Competitiveness I'm not competitive until it comes to something like this, and I'm like, okay then.
I love it.
Got 14 pages that sprint. Things are getting good in my book. Nice.
Yes.
40 pages of Chain of Gold.
Wow. I keep reading
I'm enjoying your reactions, Tori. I appreciate them. Keep them coming.
57 pages, and I don't get this book.
I don't know if this bodes well for me because I really like weird books.
Still.
Yeah. I mean, the more people are saying that they don't like that, they're like, yeah, I don't like stuff. I'm intrigued. Let me see what this is like.
Why? Like everyone hated King of Crows, and I was like, it was fine.
Well, it's like I don't know if I've read anything that absolutely everyone hated, but I've read ones that people are very either one way or the other, which Starless Sea being a good example of it recently, because I know that even if you like The Night Circus, you could hate that book.
Yeah,
Lisa just refuses to read it anyway.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if I didn't like The Night Circus, so for instance, I've seen Ashley from A Frolic Through Fiction. She was saying she loved The Night Circus, top tier, but that was still a bit whimsical, and I think she's not really a whimsical kind of she didn't read whimsical books, but she said that was whimsical, but it was just enough. But then she got down to the start of Starless Sea, she's made no sense. Was just it's like you're on a high the whole time, like a total trip, and there was nothing.
The thing is that I can't spoil it too much, but it does come together in like the last section. The last section is definitely the best part of it, and I think on a reread, everything from the first section is going to make a lot more sense. But I haven't watched Ashley's video of it. I know it came out like last year or the year before. I remember avoiding it because I was going to read it. So I'm intrigued now. I have read it to see what her video said.
See, I only liked The Night Circus after reading it for a second time because it wasn't what I wanted the first time because it was not a competition book.
See, this is
Yeah, it's not what you
part of the
expected.
reason. No, this is part of the reason why I might not liked it. It was hyped up as like this competition between these two magicians. It was like, oh, is it a he or a she? Like, it could be a possible love interest as well. And it was very much like fucking. It felt like forever before they even got introduced to each other. And I was like, bitch, why? Like,
okay, but upon reread, knowing what happens at the end, I was like, the tension of waiting for them to meet was great. And then I was obsessed with the romance. But the first time I read it, I was like, there's no competition. It's just vibes. They're just vaguely reactionary. It's not really competition, which is what I wanted.
See, I knew it wasn't really a competition going into it because I'd heard people have that reaction. And whenever I like recommend that book, I say it's not this big, like high competition. There's a competition element to it, but it's like subtle one-upmanship. It's not a massive, like it's not trials. It's not that type of competition. Yeah. And yeah, I think it is better.
You now make me want to buy it again and read it, but I can't because I know that I probably won't like it.
I listened to the audio from my library, and that was a good choice.
I did.
What's the thing that it does where it's like it says like you're doing this and what's that called?
Second person.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't like how it changes between a different narrative to saying like, oh, you're looking up at this and you're doing this. I was like, great.
Oh, I liked those bits. I love sort of vague epistolary moments in books. Like it's my favorite thing. That's why I vibe with Alexi Harrow so much.
See, I loved Once Upon a Future, which that's not what it's called.
Once and Future Witches.
I put that off for ages because people were saying like, there's no witchy vibes. It's all about the suffragettes, and it's very very little witchy vibes. I'm like, bitch, where? Like,
yeah, I wanted more suffragettes. That was my issue.
I loved the witchy vibes, obviously. And me and Becca were
I see. I loved the sibling relationships, and I loved that I went into it thinking the writing was going to be bad, and the writing was excellent.
Because we were thinking like we both put it off for ages. We were like, do you know what? We're gonna go into it, and if we don't like it, it's a book off the TBR. If we do, great. But we were both messaging each other like, why the hell did we listen to the people that said that there was like no witchy vibes, that it was all suffragettes and historical? Because we're both not very historical readers, so we were both worried about the same thing. And it was more about like the magic and stuff and the sibling relationships and stuff. And we were just like, I'm crying. I love this book. Why?
Took a break from reading Snow Crash to read DC Pride 2022. That Kevin Conroy story was pretty heartbreaking.
Oh, don't want a heartbreak. Don't want a heartbreak.
I mean, you do if you're on Team Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, you definitely do. Yeah.
I class like I'm very quite open with my like thing of heartbreak though. When I'm looking at things, I'm like, if it made me upset, it's heartbreak.
If the characters got upset, it's heartbreak.
Exactly. Like I was reading Vampires Never Get Old, and I'm like, you know what? Like these characters die and become vampires. Their families were broken apart. Well, no, because in all fairness, some of them like literally were talking about how they couldn't see like the families again and things. I'm like, there we go. That's heartbreak.
Well, I told you to stretch the prompt. If you can stretch it and it still makes sense, then crack on.
Yeah, if you look at some of mine where it says heartbreak, I can give you complete justifications of why they were heartbreaking. But you might question it first and be like, really?
The prompt doesn't break your heart, it's heartbreaking, so...
Like I read Gay Club, and it's quite a happy book, but there is a moment where the character, like, there's a relationship that they think is going to happen, and then it doesn't work out, and it's not very nice how it happens, and I'm like, there we go. That works.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, most books have a third act conflict in which heartbreak is usually some kind of element.
Yep.
This is why romance books are great for it.
Yeah.
I love your ideas. Even though
36
you're on the wrong
pages
team, I should
long.
be hyping you up, but I am. I'm like, I fucking love that you stretch your prompts like that. Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
We've got more people going to find Tori to subscribe.
Yay!
I can't. Nope. There we go. Did the points get posted before or after Tori logged her books?
I don't know. They got posted. I don't. When did you log your books? I've literally just collated the evidence now. The numbers during that sprint.
It was the
so,
second half of the sprint, so
Yeah. Yeah.
subscribe to Tori and Alicia. There we go.
Love this, love. Oh.
This was a while ago, so she's already gone. But bye, Liv.
Honestly, Jeff. I'll voice note a bye, Liv.
Tori's just logged just under 1,400 points, but a lot of them were not good for matching prompts. Secret Sunshine Project was my highest pointer book. My highest pointer one, I think, was Vampires Never Get Old, because it ended up being 190 points, which I was impressed by. Well, because the whole point of it is that it's people who haven't seen themselves in vampire stories. So there's LGBTQ plus rep, there's POC rep, there's disability rep in it. It's red cover. I'm like, there we go. Got 4 of my 5 power-ups. The only one I didn't get was over 500 pages.
You are a fucking machine.
It was a book I picked up on a whim just because I wanted to watch First Kill.
I think it might have been before, Tori. I don't think it vlogged properly. Anyway, you'll go on next week's tally. This was effectively up until yesterday anyway. Yesterday ended, second week later ended yesterday.
Sayapan needs to bring Team Loki a win.
No.
Catherine has logged all of her books so far, and she's at 600 points. And she's fuming on Becca's behalf.
I feel like I need to use the next sprint to go to my personal points tracker that has 0 books in it and maybe input the books.
Yeah, at least work out how many points you've got.
Yeah. Just so I know.
Why am I reading 600-page books? I mean, it's just because it gets you that extra 10 points.
And because Cassandra Clare is worth it.
But to be fair, to say that you were only like 50, an average 50 points behind Shang-Chi, you do have the most participants at the whole thing. So, like, your score overall is like nearly 30,000 of the points are yours.
I'm very impressed because normally, like, the biggest team tends to like be the one that actually does the worst because you've got a mixture of people who read a lot and read not very much. Yeah. So I'm impressed that we're doing as well as we are in all fairness.
You and Becca do have the highest, and then the rest of us are all on 9,000. Like, there's like Becca is on 13, you're on 29,000.
The thing is, I'm taking it all with a pinch of salt at the minute, though, because like until the end, when everyone's actually logged the points, like this could completely change. Like Team Loki's at the bottom at the minute, but I feel like knowing a lot of the people that are on Team Loki, I feel like they're all just going to suddenly log the points at the end, and it's going to be like, well.
I love this.
And with you guys as well, that you've got the people who read like massive amounts of pages in one go.
Now that I'm back on my game, I have 3 books I want to read this weekend.
Well, haven't
they're all middle grade as well.
Have you got Hattie on your team as well?
Yep.
Yeah. So that doesn't bode well for us.
I'm reading a lot of queer books coming up, but like not a lot of queer books are over 500 pages.
Yeah.
That I own. There are probably a lot out there that are the ones I own.
Do not read A Little Life again.
Oh no. That book put me in such a slump. Like literally I read nothing from like August to September, and then from September I still was in a slump. I like tried to participate in like their magical readathon and the Bookopoly, and I just couldn't. I was like, never mind.
You've just reminded me I need to backtrack my books for August.
I've just given up.
No, I'm gonna backtrack.
Saying, like, I'm gonna figure it out, and then I didn't.
Yeah,
I will at some point. I just need time to sit down and do it.
Sarah Penn cannot believe that she's 6.
Yes, you are.
Thank you for the sub, Tori. And yes, she is on it.
Clearly, she is on it.
This is in response to why is Tori reading 600-page books. Because they're stupid.
I am surprised that you read it as... yeah, I'm surprised you read Spellslinger with a buddy read, because I reckon... I'm not sure about Alice, but Tori, you could have... No, you could have read that in one sitting.
Yeah. Are they both? Is Alice also reading the Cassandra Clare books at all, or is that just Tori?
I don't know, but
just when she's saying we.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yes, you are.
Bookworm is very excited to be in... Did I hear that right? Yes, you did.
Yep.
Kendra is tired.
No.
I need to read manga or something something around Cassie books instead of... I don't... Oh god, these comments have jumped and we are very far behind. Are you going to Oxford overnight with your parents and there will be book shopping? See, I've just read Babel and now I really want to go and visit Oxford. So I'm very jealous.
Very pretty for me.
I just want to go and like take in all the dark academia vibes. Just pretend I'm in a dark academia book.
I think I'll go and I'll do the photo shoot for you two. You two can go and I'll be like a little photographer person, and you were like giving it dark academia vibes.
Lynn is very excited.
I had a great time wandering around Oxford when I went, but like my family are big like Inspector Morse people, so I was just walking around like, oh, I'm sure someone like got murdered in the show there. Like, this is where this happened. I'm like, that's maybe not the reaction most normal people have when they go to Oxford.
Probably not.
Alicia is now 5 away from 100, thanks to those who subbed. See, we're getting people to milestones today. I like it. These are my favourite type of sprints, where it's just like, let's go subscribe to people.
Yeah.
Show the love.
Need to give the Night Circus a second chance. Yes, you do. 3.5, but I think second time I'd love it more because you're expecting it going into it.
Yeah,
Starless
it was like
a 5-star
low
read.
3 stars for me, like low. And then I was like, I know what this is now. And it was last whatever-a-thon actually, and it was one of Maddie's favourites, and like the other favourites were like 2 of my other favourite books. So I was like, well, you know, statistically, I should really like this one. So this year she's done Strange again, which is my favourite book of all time. And she's also done Sound for the Wild Built, which I read and is now a new favourite. So I'm like, I should really read The Fever King just to see.
I want to read The Fever King as well. I want to read The Wicked King because I've heard both of those books are great.
I really want to read that one. I've been meaning to read it for ages.
But
I don't have it.
I really want to read Strange. I can't. I don't have time to read Strange. But every time we talk about it, I'm just like, let's look.
I did a reread last year when Maddie did the book club for it. And I would, it was a really nice one to reread because you appreciate so many more things from it on a reread.
I'm not ready for my heart break again. No, my heart's gonna break again, and I can't do that to myself right now. No, I'm okay.
Tori loved the audio for Once and Future Witches and the mix of historical witchy and siblings. Once Upon a Future Witches would be a good name for a book as well, Lisa. Or Future Witch even.
Oh, let's write it. No shit.
So wasps are animal companions, right?
Yep.
Take it. Obviously.
Yeah.
Just not an animal companion I would want, Kendra. Yeah, very true. Yeah, they don't have to be an animal companion that you like.
Just a companion of some kind.
Yeah. Unsure, but they are logged now.
I saw.
Me either points for Black Panther, and I will let Lisa do the sound.
Rawr.
184.
The Secret Sunshine Project.
The Secret Sunshine Project. I was like, sunshine, something to do sunshine.
Back to the translator.
I need to start reading more strategic for next week. I basically just got all my witchy books this month and was like, I'll make them fit.
Yeah, I've been trying to be strategic for whatever-a-thon as well. So I'm like struggling to get them to match. But
I
I've
need to do
completed
the
a bingo
first.
board now, so now I'm just like, I don't care about the bingo board anymore.
Oh, I've totally forgot to even log my shit for whatever-a-thon.
I need to do the first letter, last letter. That's the one I can't get.
I accidentally did it because I read Sound for the Wild Bill and then read The Drowned, and I was like, great. This happened by accident.
I keep trying to figure it out and it's just not working.
So yours is Paybacks of Witch. Do you have any that begin with H?
No, the thing is, I keep doing poll picks. So my next read has got to be, I can't even remember what it was. Oh, it's Wondersmith, which is also another H. Oh, actually, though, my next one I want to, so the one that came second in my poll, because Wondersmith I'm listening to as an audiobook, so I want to wait until I finish reading City of Dragons because I'm listening to that as an audiobook. My next physical read I'm going to read is History Is All You Left Me. That is a H. So
There
I may
you
have to
go.
read that next. There we go.
There you go.
Thank
There
you.
you've done it.
We have a gem.
Gemma!
Hello. Just gonna start like hyping up Black Panther in the comments now, though, and I'm not happy about it.
Just delete them. Am I on?
It was Heartstopper Volume 1 and Volume 2. Oh, is that the highest scoring one, I'm guessing? Maybe.
Yeah.
Excitement for Gem. We need to up our game. Yes, you do, Kendra.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Gem. Well, hi, Gem. Totally haven't spoken to you today at all. And this is sarcasm. Yeah, and why am I reading several books that are over 500 pages and in English?
Oh, read them in your own language and read smaller books.
I don't even know what I'm reading going forward. Like my Dart Attack TBR is finished after this book, so I'm like, what do I do now?
The thing is, the bonus prompts are only 10 points each. So if you want to go for prompts, go for general or team. Don't be worried about things being over 500 pages.
Yeah, most of mine aren't. That's the one I keep missing.
No, don't think.
Have you?
I'm definitely reading this next.
Yay!
This one, the prompt. The full.
Have you decided what you're doing for your TBR next month? Are you getting somebody to play a game for you again? Because I really love watching
next month is like, Yalk and the month of adult romances, because I haven't read any of the ones I wanted to read this month. But the month after, there might be someone in the comments who has agreed to do a TBR game of their game for me.
I mean, I'm trying to think of who has a TBR game. There's one person that's jumping out at me, but I'm not sure.
You may be correct.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I am correct.
Yeah.
So, I've logged only one so far, but I have books that have 0 points in there. What you get when combining 3 readathons. I'm sure there must be some sort of prompt points in there.
The prompts are very general, and like I said, stretch them.
Well,
what team do you want to hold?
The way I would say it, like the bare minimum, if you go into a book that you just have high hopes could be a 5-star, even if you're not entirely sure, it could still be a 5-star prediction.
There you go.
Some people just go into books genuinely with like thinking, well, I'm going to love this book, even if they just to be optimistic. So
yeah.
Or vice versa, if you're like, actually, I'm not sure, that could be intimidating.
Okay, speaking of this, was anyone watching Becca's sprints yesterday?
No.
Okay, so Becca and the books. Yeah, did sprints yesterday for whatever-a-thon, and I was like, I need something to get me started, and then I just ignored them because they were dice sprints and they weren't consistently timed, and they're not my favorite. So they were talking about how like some people go into books thinking, they're like, do you go into a book at 0 stars and then build up, or do you go in at 5 and work down, or do you go in at 3 and go up or down dependent? That's such an interesting question. I had never thought that people would go into books differently, but I definitely go in at 0 and then work up depending on the vibe of like the first 50 pages.
I think I go in at 3.
I'm very much hype dependent, or if it's one of my favorite authors, I will automatically go in thinking this is going to be a 5. This is a 5 for me. If it's a really hyped book that all my friends are like, Bone Shard Daughter, for instance, everyone's like, Lisa, you'll love it. It's great. You'll love it. So for me, I'm going in thinking this is going to be a 5 stars, because people who know me and my reading taste feel like this would be one that I'm gonna love. So I'll grade that. Like Ali Hazelwood at the moment, I'm grading it 5 stars. So because they're like books that I've loved from them before. But if it's a book that I don't know, I generally go in like midway, thinking this is gonna be okay. Other than Once and Future Witches, and I was
It's
thinking
not
this is
like
gonna
what
be
I
shit.
think I'm gonna rate it, because like ideally everything I read would be 5 stars. But
Yeah,
like I go in and I'm like, this is a 5-star prediction. Right now we are at 0, and dependent on what happens is what it gets.
See, I think I'm more like Lisa. Like you said, if it's something that I'm really hyped up for, like if I'm or just something my favorite author, like I just in front of me at the minute I can see Robin Hobb. So straight away I go in thinking 5 stars. Like even if some of them haven't been, like I'm just gonna aim for that because I know our books can get that much from me. Whereas if I've never read from the author before, or maybe I've read and not necessarily like loved it quite that much, that's sometimes like I'll go in like, if an author's always a 4-star author, I'll probably go in like expecting it's going to be a 4-star, and then if it ends up being better than their other books, I'm like, oh, there we go, it's a 5.
yeah.
But I think if I went in like your way and was like building it up, I'd go in and I'd be like, I'd sort of be, it'd take me too long to enjoy it then, because I'd sort of
I
be
feel
thinking,
like it would. Yeah,
I feel like
like
that's maybe a middle ground.
See,
And then
I
being
just
like,
thought it was an interesting conversation, because I'm like,
it
it's weird how we
is.
all go into things differently.
But I don't realise I'm doing that until you just mentioned that,
yeah,
until you asked that question. Then I'm thinking,
Yeah.
I actually do have a system. I just don't consciously think, ooh, I'm going to read
yeah,
this book that I think is going to be 5 stars. It's just in my mind. I'm like, yeah, great. Sebastian de Castell can do no wrong in my eyes, in my heart. He will forever
yeah.
be one of my favourite authors. And same with Levi Dugo. She got me back into reading. It'd be very hard for me to give one of her books less than 5 stars.
And I think that's why sometimes as well, like there's books that I know objectively are not 5-star books.
Yeah.
Or even like 4-star books sometimes. Like probably the best example for me is that Adam Silvera is one of my favorite authors. I know objectively that Infinity Son is awful. Like I know it's not good. I think on first read I gave it 4 stars. Like it's probably I wouldn't say it's as bad as some people say it is, because I'm just biased towards his writing in general and his characters. But I know I probably rated it higher than most people would do, just because I went in with a higher feeling about it because I like his writing.
Yeah, I think I feel the same about The Other Side of the Sky by Amy Kaufman and Megan Spooner. Like I feel like maybe it's the weakest of their series, but like because I went into it knowing I love how they write their romances, I was just immediately invested in the romance. But like at the same point, it still started out at 0. And then when I realized I was invested in the romance, I was like, well, now it's a 5.
Yeah. See, I worry now though with the Infinity Son series, because like the first one, objectively, if I was going to reread it, I'd probably give it a 3. The second one, I do still stand by it being 4 stars, because it's definitely better than the first one. Like the world building is a lot better. It's filled in stuff more than in the first one. But I'm worried now about finishing the series, because I'm just like, I don't know.
You're literally the only person I've heard speak about them that wasn't just like, throw this away.
Yeah, basically. But there's redeeming. Most people, to be honest, gave up and never read the second one. There is redeeming stuff in the second one. I'm going to stand by that.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to get to the second book to find those redeeming qualities, though.
I'm aware of that, but it was the arc I was like most desperate to get at Yalk 2019. Like so basically I went on the Sunday and they were just doing like raffle tickets for the arcs on that day, because they had a different way of giving them out all weekend, because it seemed to be the one that like loads of people were after. And I didn't win it, but then this girl in front of us, like she had won one. She'd gone through throughout the day and picked up loads of raffle tickets. Like she literally had 50 of them in her hand, and she's like, I've already won one, so do you want my raffle tickets free? You're not supposed to go back more than once. But we managed to like sneak us way in, and my friend won like one of the tickets they'd given her. She won one, and I'd said to her at the beginning of the day, if you get this arc, please let me have it. And she literally turned around and gave it straight to me, and I was like, so it's like it's got that attached to it as well. As like I wanted that book so much. I can see my arc set on the shelf right now, and it's still disappointing. But
oh no. Thing is, for me as well, like I went into Lee Bardugo when I came into reading again, and the first books that I read, because I saw Six of Crows being hyped, I was just like, because back into like 2016, 2017, all I read was contemporary. Like I didn't even really understand what fantasy was. And then an indie
That's such a
author.
different Lisa.
I know. Who is she?
Right.
I've got to do a dystopian fantasy from an indie author. And then I was like, oh my god, demons, wings, fantasy. What is this? And then I came back and it was like Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom. Immediately gave them 5 stars, and everyone started dissing Shadow Bones, and I'm like, oh, but when I read it, I don't understand what people don't like about it.
Yeah,
but that might be.
I read it first
it.
because like people had like shit on it, so I was like, I'll read that first so that I don't have to go back to it once I've read Six of Crows, which people say is better. And then I liked Shadow and Bone, and then I didn't like Mal. And that's an issue for me because I'm a very romance-driven fantasy reader if there is romance involved.
See, for me, I just keep saying with that book, like, obviously, like, Six of Crows, you could totally tell the Six of Crows Crooked Kingdom, their writing style came on leaps and bounds. You could tell that Shadow and Bone was, like, her first book. It's not really hard to tell, but Mal, for me, if you look at it from his perspective, you grow up with a person thinking that, like, they have been completely and totally 100% honest with you, and then you find out, because there's no communication allowed between you after someone's decided that she's Grisha. Sorry if this is spoilers, but clearly it shouldn't be at this point. Like, if they're then taken away from you and it's just people are blocking the communication between you and someone you care deeply about, and then all of a sudden when you see her again, just suddenly adapts to being a Grisha, and it's going to be in your head like, did you actually know the whole time? Were you lying to me? Like, now we had this thing and now you're suddenly all over this dude that's like, what? Like, if that was you, put yourself in that situation, I'd be like, what the fuck? Friendship means nothing. Fuck off.
Of the like main 2 people that like people ship Alina with, I didn't like either of them with Alina. I wanted it to be with a third person that I'm not going to spoil, but just because that's my favorite character. But it's okay because they've had their own storyline at another point. It's fine. Should give it away.
Who? There are like 3.
Doesn't come into it till the second.
Okay, yeah, also that's who I thought you meant by the second. Right,
no.
So I thought the second main 2 that you meant was that guy, and I was like, you don't like.
Oh no, he's my favorite.
I'm with you. Yeah, okay, same. We're on the same page.
That have been in the TV. Well, we can spoil. I think the ones that have been in the TV show, they're in all the press stuff, like they're in all the adverts and things for it. So I didn't like with the Darkling. I didn't like with Mal. There's a third option that is better, superior in my opinion, but it's okay because that.
When I first read the trilogy, I didn't even understand that people were shipping her with the Darkling. I was like, why would you do that?
Why would you want that?
But then you watch the TV show and it's Ben Barnes, and you're like, okay.
And it's now understandable.
With the TV show as well, though, I will say I have a similar opinion on Mal. Like, not so much necessarily when I read it, but then when I thought back on it since, I can completely understand that. The TV show as well makes me understand Mal more. I think it's a really
the TV
good...
show also made him better as a person.
Yeah, definitely.
But then more about how whiny Alina is. But again, she's a teenager.
She's very young. You have to remember Six of Crows is older.
She's going through the emotions of like having feelings for a friend and then being told she's got this thing that they all despise.
Yeah.
I was like,
it's like Six of Crows is YA, but realistically the characters are older and they're all sort of living on their own. It's different, whereas she's literally just come from being a kid and being in her orphanage. So
no one can tell me that Six of Crows.
And then we go to Night House, which is just superior.
I've not read that yet.
Lisa, it's so good.
I can't get the hardback anywhere. I'm gonna cry.
Oh,
I mean,
I have it, but you can't. Like,
you can't have mine. I'm very sorry.
I'm trying to find the hardback because I want all the books in hardback. That's why I'm waiting for the second 2 in Shadow and Bone to come out in the collected editions, because I don't want to buy them in paperback just to have to repurchase them in hardback.
See, I have the paperback.
Night House is the only one.
Yeah.
But it's not, because I have the King of Scars duology in hardcover. I've just not read them yet, so I forget about them.
So fucking good. Read them.
If you say so. I've heard mixed things.
I really like it.
5 stars.
I can get why people
what I'm
don't
going
like
to do, Lisa, is I'm going to get you to give me a recap of everything that happened beforehand, so I can feel like I'm up to date and then dive in, because I'm not reading all 5 before I read them.
You don't need to really. I think
I feel like I need It's been like half a decade since I read the last book, I think.
To be honest, though, there's only really there's 4 characters mainly that you need to know exactly what happened, and then the rest you just need a general idea.
Yeah, I've looked at who people are talking about, and I'm like, I do not remember where these people were at, or like why they were relevant to the previous plot.
Okay.
I literally have a Rule of Wolves print that I got from pre-order campaign on my wall that I'm looking at. I'm like, yes, they're the people you need to know about.
Yeah, I'm like, I recognize the names, but I'm like, Zoya, I don't know who she is.
Yeah, I did that when I first started reading it, and then very quickly picked it up. I'm like, oh yes, it's you. I remember. Typical Loki move. Wait until the last minute to log everything. Sneaky bastards. Fair enough. This weekend is a reading weekend for me, so I'm sorted. Also, maybe Team Black Panther, but if at least one of the Jack Kirby teams wins, I'm satisfied.
Have you registered at all? Like, you signed up?
Me?
If you're not, no. I don't know how you pronounce your name. I'm gonna say Ewald. Because if you're not, then you could just log whatever. Katie's not even on a team, and she's just gonna log books under whatever team she did. The problem's fit. I've just said to Kate, yeah, I just said to her she not to stress about picking a team, because she's like, I don't know what team to pick. I was like, literally just log books whatever team you think your problem's fit.
I mean, Katie did put on my game TBR a witchy book, so I think she should come on my team. I need to up my game. Still haven't read City of Ashes. I was meant to read it in February. It's just sorry for Cassie Spellslinger as a buddy read. Do I get my ice cream?
20 minutes ago, yeah.
Yeah, we're very behind. I'm very sorry. We went off on tangents. So I'm gonna really. Everyone's saying yes to ice cream. The Night Circus was 5 stars for Jen both times she read it. And she also needs a Wicker King in her life. See, we all need to read the Wicker King. I spy another buddy read coming up. I've never actually done a buddy read with everyone. People always say, let's do a buddy read, and then I never end up taking part in any of them. I just kind of get. So, yeah. If anyone would like to do
I've never done a buddy read, because I feel like I would start reading it and either be like, I'm really into this, I'm going to read it right now, or I'm not into this, I'm never going to pick it up again.
I did that with the Love Hypothesis.
Reading a book next month, Gem.
I did that with the Love Hypothesis. I did like a buddy read with Cara, Tora, Gem, and that was it. And they were all like, oh, let's read like 50 pages a day. I'm like, I've read it once. I can do this. I can stick to a fucking buddy read for once in my life. And then they're all like, I'm loving this so much. Should we go to 100 pages a day? I'm like, bitch, I finished. And I waited like 3 days. And I'm like, oh, finished.
This is Gem upsetting us all, telling us that she's not read Stranger Dreamer.
You need to do it.
Thank you for filling in the roles.
You're welcome.
The Wicker King is phenomenal. I love when the artwork spreads over the pages and part of the story. I'm really, I like the look of that. When it gets it's one that gets darker, isn't it, as it goes along?
Yeah. Like, I get it, but I still haven't finished reorganizing my shelves, so I'm not 100% sure where it is.
Read only on the weekend story. It's awesome. I have that one. The computer is literally resting on it at the minute. And if I manage to fit it in this month, I will do, because I know it'll be a quick. It's chunky, but it's in verse, so it should be a really quick read. I have Spellslinger, Recipe for Mr. Right, and the only books on my thing for this month that even work.
Oh, that's for
that's the first letter, last letter.
First letter, yeah.
Bought it yesterday. I'm so excited. Combination of the audiobook and physical book for the Wicker King is stellar. Oh, God. We can ignore this comment. There's purple on the cover, so you know. There's just a lot of chanting for Black Panther things at the minute. It's what they chant. It's the Yabambe that they chant when they're getting ready to fight Black Panther. I need to log my points. I haven't logged anything yet. Yeah. More of this. Yeah. Who has a TBR game? It's a mystery. Well,
I don't know.
I mean, I'm feeling like my suspicions are now confirmed. So. I'm very excited.
She can barely do her own videos. Are you sure she's going to be able to do one for you?
She has noticed.
Yeah,
it's August.
You know when Liv starts her TBR, if you ask her to do it, give her enough
6
time.
months in advance.
I did have to remind her a few times for mine. You could actually film my TBR game. You could, and you could also. Meg is just stealing everyone's TBR game. So if anyone has a TBR game and would like to offer, Meg will happily accept.
I will. It's all the fun of playing a TBR game without having to think of a TBR game.
Got lots of just things for different teams. One of my books got 10 points for LGBTQ plus rep. Yeah, see, there's always something you can get.
Yeah.
I nearly accidentally put Cyberpan in the timeout then because my mouse clicked wrong.
Do it. Did accidentally do it, did you? She's looking. Ooh, finger slipped.
Oh god, I go in at 5 and go down. Fair enough. Star ratings. Unless it's a sequel, in which case it'll be based on the previous book. Yeah, that's the thing I was saying about if an author's always got 5 stars, I'm gonna go in at 5 stars. If they've always got 4, I'm gonna go in at 4. I've just bought Phil Stamper's newest book, Golden Boys, and his books have been 4, but then his last one was 3. So now I'm sort of going in Just read the book, then I just read the book then right afterwards. But if I don't finish it or DNF, then it automatically gets 1 star. Yeah.
If I DNF, it depends how far I'm in, because I won't rate it if I've only read 80 or 100 pages. If I've read 50% of it, then I'm or if it's Silkfire and I'm really angry, then it will also get a rating.
Yeah, and I feel like if you've DNF'd, if you've got to 80% in or something and DNF'd it, because some people do get that far, I'd have to finish it. But if you get a decent chunk of the way through and you've DNF'd it, for me, I would think that would be a 1 star, unless it's I completely understand why people would like this book. It's just really not for me.
Yeah, or there's you've come to a trigger and it's just no longer a thing you can continue to read.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
So that was me with Pride and Premeditation. I thought that, because people have said out of all the classics, Pride and Prejudice is probably one that I would enjoy. And I was offered a review copy of Pride and Premeditation. So I was like, oh, spin on it. It was mystery. For one, I think it was missold as a mystery. It was a little bit of a mystery, but there was this part in it where there was this really creepy guy and a girl. And I was like, nope. I was on my vlog. I was like, literally, if this thing happens in this next part, I am getting so pissed off right now. If this thing happens, I am DNFing this. Next clip, it happened, gone. Nope, not for me, child. I don't want to do this anymore. And I was 60% of the way in at that point. I was gutted that I DNF'd, but I was like, no, I can't.
Yeah, fair enough. But I think in that thing though, if it's something where it's objectively, it's not a bad book, it's just that I can't deal with this.
Yeah.
Then you might want
to. I still rate it as a 3,
but it might be more like a 2 or a 3 rather than a 1.
Yeah. I think when I rated it on Goodreads, I did rate it as a 2 or 3. I was DNF'd it because I couldn't deal with what I found in it.
Yeah. Same thing, or a favourite author. And just go, yay, books, let's read it and develop books.
I feel like that's what I do. I go in with nothing, and then thoughts develop as and when things happen.
Yeah. I think sometimes I go in with no rating whatsoever, but it's still not a case of building up. It's just a case of, let's just see how it goes. And then I'll get vibes pretty early on and be like, okay, so we're at a 3.
Vibes. Oh, the vibes.
I think more along your lines, Alice. Elisa, who doesn't like fantasy. Who is
she? Bitch, you saw my blog back in 2016, 2017. It was contemporary, smutty, contemporary, erotica, contemporary. Honestly, fucking fantasy wear.
I feel like I read a mixture of things, but I definitely used to be all contemporary, and now I'm reading both.
Yeah,
I've just always been a mixture.
Yeah.
I just went in a bit of a fantasy slump at one point, but I think that's because I was not liking YA fantasy as much, and have now sort of found adult fantasy that I like, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I get really happy
adult fantasy over a YA.
Yeah, now I get really hyped when I find a YA fantasy that I like. I'm like, oh my god, a YA fantasy that I like. This is so exciting.
Yeah.
I think at one point for me, because I read so much contemporary, and a lot of the contemporary I used to beta read and proofread for indie authors, and some of the indie authors You can write, but should you? Is the question we ask ourselves every day. But I was like, but then I'd give the feedback, and I was like, right, okay. Then they send me all I'd get unsolicited books sent to me via email and stuff as well, and I felt that I had to read and review them, but it was like the same. I mean, I know contemporary storylines are all the same, but it was very much monotonous reading all that, and maybe it's just because the writing wasn't good. Because I could reread the one bed trope, the friends to lovers or like hating each other to lovers many a time when it's well written. So maybe these books were just not well written.
Yeah.
I got so tired of the same shit. And
I think the thing is, sorry.
No.
No, we finished what you were saying. Sorry.
I was just done with it.
My internet keeps lagging, so it keeps being like you're at the end of a sentence and then breaking off, and then you're not actually at the end of the sentence, and I just look really rude. So I'm very sorry. But no, saying is the thing. I think with like indie author, well, when you're doing that sort of like beta reading and stuff, is that if obviously there are plenty of indie authors, people who never get traditionally published, who are amazing at what they do. But when you've got sort of like a traditionally published author, I'm not saying this works across the board because there are plenty of books that are published that are actually awful, but they've had to go through like quite a few people already. So you would hope that there is at least something redeeming about it. Whereas when you're doing that, there is a chance that you are the very first person who reads this and you're just like, yeah, no, this shouldn't have been read.
Yeah, like, and obviously because anyone can publish a book, like self-published book.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, this is a self-published book, and it's an indie book, and even now, some of these books that have been sent still have no ratings on Goodreads and stuff 4 years later, which really goes to show the depth of quality of the writing. And the amount of people that adored this book.
Well, because the thing is now as well is like we've seen how popular indie books can get, and it's like some of them don't get that far.
KJ Sutton, Ryan Cahill, or Cahill, I don't know how you pronounce his name because he's Irish, but absolute freaking amazing authors. Like 2 authors that I found through.
I mean, I'm surprised you haven't mentioned this indie pub.
I know, I was gonna come to him, but he's traditionally published now, isn't he? He's
leaving. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like we've seen how big they can get.
Yeah, but
because you're seeing so many of them now get traditional pub deals.
Yeah.
What?
It's really
The Diary of Blood. What? St. Gibbons. Is that their name? I don't know.
I still want to read that, despite the awful traditionally published cover. I really want to read it.
It's so good. It's so good, Lisa.
It's on my list. Good. I want to read it. I will read it.
I'm still mad that my friend has my copy.
So like, give it back. Or death.
Get that in the Atlas 6. I'm like, those small fortune she's got in her possession.
I think she knows it. Until the beginning of 2022, Lisa, I didn't understand what romance was. My friend calls it the ultimate plot twist.
I don't know how you. I don't. And now looking at ACOTAR, buying contemporary books. we love a full 180 on this. What we do.
Yeah. I'm loving Gems. Romance sort of.
Oh my god, I love
moment.
It. I love Hypothesis, and then she's like, 10 books later.
Yeah. She's like, I bought all of these things.
She didn't hold back, did she? She was like, all of them. My question is, when is she going to read them? Because I feel like she bought all of them.
See, no. This is a good thing. We're doing a podcast, you see.
Yes,
and one of the
I guess if you didn't know, podcast, find it on Twitter, find it on YouTube, all the places. July 1st, apparently.
Hashtag barely adulting. Fuck off, Chloe. And the first book we're reading is The Roommate. So that is the first book for the buddy read, for the book club, for the podcast. So
you've got 2 people here who very much liked that book.
I know. When you were talking about it the other day, I'm like, I want to read it now, but I can't because I'm reading it next month. And you were both like, yeah, it's great. And I'm like, there's the Intimacy Experiment is the next one. And I was like, ah.
You in particular, I think, are really going to love that book. Because I feel like when we kind of said that we weren't expecting what it's about, I feel like you're going to be like, oh, yes, I'm here for this.
Oh no! I've got 2 weeks so I can read the fucker.
You've got other romances you can read until then.
I've got a TBR. They're not on there.
Just saying that you deserve each other
Yeah.
exists.
It does. It's just there.
Read The Wicker King in like 12 hours. Always open to buddy reads, even if they go off plan. Let's buddy read something, Gem. I've decided that I'm very into buddy reads, even though I've never done one.
Yeah. Me too.
Let's do it.
Well, we're reading Bunny next month, so that's happening.
Yes, we are. I'm filming my TBR this weekend. I'll try and put it on. The closest I can get to a buddy read is a book club read. Buddy reading is just too social. Fair enough. Yeah, I've done book club reads. I've just not actually done the buddy read part of it.
Yeah.
Hey, I can do my own videos, Lisa. I'm all over it.
Where's the schedule? Need the receipts, bitch.
Kendra is also planning a TBR game.
Wow. Hit me up when you've got it sorted, Kendra.
Alice, I have my own TBR game. It's much easier to decide a TBR with some direction. It is. I like the fact that my TBR game is keeps it quite small. So I have my set things I know I have to read, which gives me some direction, but then I've still got space to kind of go, okay, well, what else am I in the mood for?
Hence me reading 3 Murderbot books earlier this week, just cause.
Yeah. Just cause
late last week. Yeah.
I've DNF'd I've DNF'd a few books after the first chapter because of triggers or overt racism. Fair enough. That would be a straight, just jump this.
Yeet out the window. Bye-bye.
I was 90% fantasy and now I'm I don't know, 50% horror and 50% everything else. I'm entering my romance era.
And we are all here for it.
And she has already bought the Intimacy Experiment. It was cheap in the works if she's done what I've done, because
Amy bought it me. So
I bought the expensive American edition.
Are you gonna show me?
Even though the art is kind of awful, I can do.
Yeah, it is awful.
I think I did see it the other day, but I think you need to show me again.
I saw the roommate one. I haven't seen the Intimacy Experiment one. According to my core pile for this year, I'm 50% fantasy and 50% everything else, with contemporary only being 5%.
So we have The Roommate.
I've seen that one, yeah.
Oh, it's not that bad. That one's alright.
This one's shiny and this one's matte, which I don't understand.
I don't like glossy.
The colours, and I like the floppy. Yeah, I prefer the matte.
Yeah.
But I love
matte's
the
more
pink
expensive.
and the hearts.
Yeah.
See, my least favourite finish on a book isn't shiny. It's what the finish is on this one. That's the one that gets fingerprints on it as soon as you touch it. It's stressing me out.
Velvet in it, and it's just it just feels classy, doesn't it?
It feels good, but it's just awful to keep clean.
That's what my copy of the Atlas 6 is like. So there's literally just a fingerprint that is just never going anywhere.
Why you don't finger them?
Yes, well, I was just feeling a little frisky.
Fucking hell. I can't say anything. That is sounding like a rude comment.
I get the feeling that Jem likes Bunny.
I think she might.
I don't get it. I don't understand what she's saying.
Meg is just reliving Chain of Gold for me right now. Not quite a buddy read. I'm guessing you're getting messages from Tori as she's reading it.
I am.
So it's kind of like a buddy read?
I can't reread it yet because it only comes out in January.
Is that the one that's been delayed?
Yeah.
Yeah. 20 is amazing.
From March to November to January.
No, that's not good.
Oh, that's what Tracy Wolf's done. Pushing the 5th book back.
Oh, I own 2 of those books, and I don't even think I own books 1 and 2.
You've done it me! Why?
No. I just got whatever was in half-price books, and then after that, I was like, I'll figure it out later.
Fair enough. My TBR is chosen by colour-coded vending machine acorn capsules.
Oh my god, I love this.
We will be enjoying watching those videos later. Contemporary romance is just not my thing. I've read a few,
Yeah.
and they're just all right, a bit cringer. Yeah. I think I get why it's not for everyone, and I think you have to kind of find what you like in it as well, because like, there's some things that I don't like things other people like. Like I don't get along with Tessa Bailey's writing style, and I know that that's an unpopular opinion. But I've read 2 of her books now, and it was the same things that annoyed me in each one, so I know it's just writing style.
I need you to tell me what these things are. Like, if you don't want to, if it's gonna be spoilers, just message me what they are because you're
No,
wrong, but I can swear you.
it's just I can't even really describe it. Like some of it, there's certain like words and stuff that are used in some of the smut scenes that just feel really awkward to me.
Oh,
And I
right,
hate it
okay.
in any romance book. It's certain words that are used to describe certain body parts.
Right, okay.
And yeah,
I
just in
think you switch up the
general.
wording because if you use the same word and again and again and again, people get bored.
Yeah, but it's just,
And
I'm
some of
just
the,
like, I've
yes.
never heard anyone describe that body part as this in real life. So why do we do it in books?
Who called it a channel? Somebody. I read it in a book
My
once.
favourite is
Somebody could.
I love historical romance and the words they use in historical romances. I'm like, hon.
Flower.
It's always when someone, I mean, it's just not spoiling things. It's always when people call it my sex. I'm just like, what? Who does that? And that
But you said to someone.
That happens tons in Tessa Bailey books. Now I've said it, you'll never not notice it. Trust me.
Yeah. Like I love, I don't know, like the sexual tension in most of her books that I've read. Like,
yeah,
the sex scenes are not the best, but like,
yeah,
the rest of it is good enough that I just couldn't ignore it.
Sorry, but I mean, have you read Hook, Line and Sinker? Have you read It Happened Once in America?
I've read It Happen
No, I
Once
haven't
and
read
I've read
those
Fix
two.
Her Up. I don't
Those-
like
I've read
either of them.
Fixer Up, Lover or Loser, Hot and Hammered, and Window Shopping.
I need to read those, but the full Metal Alchemist, that's not the right one. The Hook, Line and Sinker and It Happened One Summer, bitch.
I have them on
What?
audio, which I feel like is a mistake.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
You
But
can't.
I listen to Fixer Up on audio because I refuse to pay £10 for a paperback of a romance that I might not like.
Just
so
smash
I
it
listen
out.
to it on script.
Smash it
Same.
out. You'll feel better afterwards.
Okay, Lisa.
Right, we really need to get to the end of these
I
comments.
immediately enjoyed the book.
We've been sprinting for 2 hours and 40 minutes and we've done 1 45-minute sprint.
Okay, we'll shut up now.
Yeah, I've really not been as productive as I
This is
needed
when
to
you
be.
said something about... What was that?
Not been as productive as I needed to be. My suitcase is not packed full and in.
I did warn you it wouldn't be productive.
Yeah.
These comments, by the way, are all from when Lisa said something about finger in a book.
Excuse me.
30% fantasy, 35% graphic novels, which are either fantasy or contemporary, and then the rest is everything else. Bunny was just weird. Weird is a good thing.
Yeah, I like weird.
What are they? TBR is picked with Rummikub tiles.
Oh.
Kendra's doing a rune TBR one, I think. I mean, that's what it's supposed to say.
Okay. I don't know what Rummikub is.
Is it a bit like dominoes or like those kinds of tiles?
Yeah, I feel like it's like an older game, but I can't picture it.
Lost my phone.
Or is it like mahjong tile type thing?
Hello, by the way.
Hi.
And then sort of end. So at the end of the comments, smash it out.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Y'all dirty
I should really put my other light on, shouldn't I? It's got very dark in here again.
Alice loves Rummikub, whatever that is.
It's an ambiance, darling. It's an ambiance.
Right. We're actually going to sprint.
Woohoo!
Let's do some reading, shall we? That's what we're supposed to be here for.
We're here to have fun, guys.
We are indeed. Right. We'll see you in 45.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello. How did we do?
I did my verbal reasoning test.
Nice.
Cheer me up. Beeped in my ears. I was engrossed in my audiobook. Do you know, like, when you're really getting into it and just like page turn, page. You're not looking at the timer. It's just like, oh,
yeah.
It went off. I'm now on page 90, I think.
Nice.
Something like that. It's so good.
I did nothing, and that's where I went on my phone.
I mean, I went on my phone for a little bit. My friend who's coming with me to London tomorrow was messaging me. She was like, I've had a bit of a mare for a week, I was like, are you cancelling? But she wasn't. She was like, I need the distraction. I was like, perfect.
Yes. It's okay if you've had a mare a week, it's fine. As long as you're not cancelling.
Yeah, I was like, given the week she's had, it's fine if you cancel. I will understand. But like, please don't. I'd have just been like, Chloe, you need to come down to London tomorrow because I have a hotel room and Les Mis tickets.
I'm sick.
Oh no, actually, Les Mis is Saturday.
I could come down on Saturday.
but she's coming, alas.
I have Les Mis tickets for next week. It's fine. It's my weak point. Les Mis is my weakness.
I've never seen it.
You should watch.
In all fairness, you haven't been to see many shows on stage, and I recommend the stage show rather than like anything else. The film is not very good.
That was the best thing. I literally said very bad.
Apparently, the best thing about it was Anne Hathaway singing.
So,
and apparently that's was shit.
So I like,
isn't it?
What was that?
I mean, Samantha Barks, isn't it? She is undoubtedly the best thing.
Yes, obviously. My thing with Anne Hathaway's Fantine is that Fantine as a character normally bores me quite a lot, and where they positioned her, that I Dreamed a Dream in the film, is superior to where it is in the stage show. It's the only thing that is superior to the stage show. Basically, I Dreamed a Dream is like the song where she sings about
another song.
She sings about all like how her life has been ruined and all this, and in the stage show, it's at a point before it gets really, really bad. Whereas in the film, they put it at the point where she's at her lowest, and it just hits more because she's.
I've never watched the film or read the book or anything, but every time I hear that, I cry.
Yeah, fair enough.
I come to me because the light is fading. Like it every time, I'm just like, oh no.
Who's playing Fantine at the minute? I can't remember.
But the thing is, in my eyes, if I tear up and cry at just the song, what mess am I going to be?
Right, so this is part of the reason why Les Mis is my favourite show ever, is that growing up, my favourite song was On My Own, and I'd never seen the musical, but it was my favourite song, and it still is my favourite song of all time.
That's another song. Is that from Les Mis?
It is indeed. It's
oh my God,
Eponine's song. Eponine is my favourite character.
That gets me every time, lumping throat. I don't think
A Little Fall of Rain is my go-to if I need to cry. I will listen to that song.
Are you okay, Chloe?
I can't. No, I'm really not.
I feel like
I'm going to see this next week.
I'm gonna be crying. Oh.
Go into it knowing that very, very few people have a happy ending. just that's it.
The translation.
Well, it's called Les Miserables, so
yeah.
I
the miserable ones.
It's but the thing is that even with all the death, it's like, because there is a lot of death in it. It's all there feel like too. It's like they put sort of reasoning behind it at the end, and there's a line in the last song which is to love another person is to see the face of God, and it just
and with like the chorus behind it and the harmonies, like
when we watched 6, I cried. When you listen to a song and it's not sobbing, but there's tears streaming down your face when you listen to Heart of Stone. Like you cannot get in your feels listening to that song. But when I watched it live, there was me, Liv, and as soon as it started on all the fucking theatre, bar her friend, I forgot her friend, Charlie, but everyone bar Charlie was crying, and then Charlie was like, "I think Lisa needs a tissue." And I'm like,
see, Heart of Stone for me on the cast recording does not get me at all. It's probably one of my least favourites in the show. On stage, I get it, but also so the cast that I saw the first 2 times I saw it was like a mixture of some of the originals and then some of the people who'd taken over them. I'm still annoyed that this like very quickly got rid of all of them after COVID. I mean, they were probably ready for a change, but it just felt like very abrupt that they did a like complete cast change. But I got sick of hearing Natalie Mae Paris sing that song. She was on every single performance. She they needed someone to cover the tour, and she left the West End production to go and do the tour. They did like a promo performance. It was all the tour cast and her. And it was just like, okay, I need someone else to sing this right now.
it was just, oh god. And the thing that got me as well is that I didn't really listen to the lyrics of All I Want to Do.
That's my favourite. That's the one that breaks me. Yeah.
When I was listening to the soundtrack, I was like, "Oh, this is a bop." Don't be gone. Yeah. And then her acting when I thought, "Oh my god," I was like, "Shit, she's not happy." Yeah. It's not. No, I don't like this.
See, have you listened to the US cast recording yet? The Broadway cast. Right, listen to it because it's filmed live. You get all of the emotions in it. So all I want to do, to be honest, the Broadway, I can't remember the actress's name, but the person who's playing Catherine Howard on Broadway is really good anyway. And because you get that, you get the breakdown as the song goes along and like all the abuse and stuff that happened to her, and it's awful, but in the best way, if that makes sense. Also, listen to it purely because there's a version at the end, like this is a studio recorded version of Heart of Stone, but it's all the alternates, so they've let them have their moment on the cast recording. So it's like 3 of them all singing together, and there's harmonies, and it's beautiful.
Love a harmony moment. My absolute favourite thing at the moment is the 4 Evans doing For Forever. Just like the harmonies and that. Beautiful.
Give me a good harmony. And yeah, exactly. Good harmonies. My body is just like, there we go. Just there.
Like a good harmony can like make me cry. I'm like, oh my god, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
I think like one of the things that I really like about Les Mis is the way that they have all the sort of layering of vocals on top of each other, because you'll have like different songs coming in at different points as well. And yeah, just like if songs are like done with things like that, I'm just like, yeah, that's what I need.
It's like whenever I watch like these shows, like these like reality musical shows, whichever one's on, like you can get a powerful singer, but if you get a powerful group of people that literally when they hit that spot and everything just it's like
it's why Pentatonic is just like so good, because their harmonies are like insane.
How the hell do they do that? They can make me cry at a happy song. They can make me
listen to them do the prayer. Some of their harmonies for the prayer are like,
I can't. Their voices are like transcendent. I don't know how they do that with their vocal cords, and how every time they sing together, it's just like pure gold. It's amazing. They are just pure talent. I can't believe it. Sorry, off tangent again.
I just looked at the comments and saw that Tori's getting involved in this conversation, so I'm going to read through them because I know she would like to discuss theatre with us. So, where am I? So we lost a lot of people in that sprint. Well, first we had, oh my god, I missed Funny Funny, got home from work and fell asleep. What's this, fingering books and what? Yeah.
What is these?
Oh, also, Kendra was just shocked that we were reading.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, so we lost Alice, falling asleep in her head off thanks to the sprints. Kendra also went to sleep. Also went to sleep. And Catherine also went to sleep.
Hey, this is disgraceful.
This was a while ago.
Disgraceful.
No reading, had dinner and watched some trash reality TV. Were you watching Love Island?
Love Island, perhaps?
That time of day.
Already. I went over to my mum's house at the weekend and she was watching an episode and she was just like, if you're watching this, so-and-so might get me so-and-so, but then so-and-so in the first week, like she was coupled with so-and-so, and then she liked so-and-so, and then she didn't know what to choose. I'm like, basically she's a slut then. Like, so what?
Yeah. There's two people who sit next to me at work, and every day they come in and they're like, and they stop to each other and go, what did you think of last night's episode? I'm like, oh, for God's sake, they're talking about it again. And all I know is that they talk a lot about Gemma and Davide. That's all I know.
My mum was the same. She's like, oh, I like Davide, but I don't ever like Luca. But there's an age difference. Like, he's 27 and she's 19, and I don't think I like that. And like, and like, okay, Mum, you're very invested in these people's lives, and they're literally there just to get misguided deals and protein shake deals. You know what I mean? It's all about what deals.
I like tune it out like massively. Like, I go into work and someone's like, "Oh, did you watch Love Island?" And I'm like, "No, thank you."
I only look as they sit next to me and have the conversation. I don't get involved in it.
Oh yeah, no, I'm very good at ignoring people if I don't want to be listening.
Fair enough. I got 11 pages. See, I am the younger sibling. So. Got 11 pages that sprint, so now 461 of 513. You're getting so close to the end.
Yes. So, what do you think as well?
Yes. What do you think? Sayapam read 135 pages.
Sayapam.
Tori read over 40 pages. Finished a chapter of something. Okay. Got some lotion on a sunburn and made supper. Okay, toasted bread and eggs and bacon. Nice.
I love you found the emoji because you just didn't want to write eggs and bacon.
Yeah. Just need to finish a chapter to read what I wanted to today. Nice.
Yeah. Read
about 30 pages.
Whoop.
Love Lemmies. I saw Sandbox in London and loved it. How many times I'm trying to think?
I haven't seen Sandbox in it. I really want to go to Frozen just to see Sandbox sing Monster.
Yeah, she's very good in that. Yeah. So I saw Sandbox in Les Mis, I want to say 5 times? 4, 5. That was the year I went a lot. So that was the year I first started watching it and went loads. Basically, I went to go and watch it originally because I'd always wanted to see the show, but no one would go with me. And then a Jonas Brother was announced in the cast, and my best friend was a Jonas Brothers fan as I was, so I managed to convince her to go. We had a trip down to London planned, and we extended it by a day so that we could see Nick Jonas's opening night as Marius. He's not the best Marius, but he was an enjoyable time nonetheless. Also, the entire Jonas family came in and sat the row in front of us. So I was just sat going, it's Joe Jonas and Kevin, this is strange.
Yeah. My God. I think I probably would have fangirled a little bit of that, not going to lie.
Oh, I did.
I don't think I ever realised he was in the show. I thought he was just in the concert.
Mm-hmm. So he did 3 weeks, I think, before in July when the concert was in October. That's when I went, and then he came back and did another 2 weeks just before the concert. He was better on stage than in Queen's or Sondheim as it is now than he was at the O2, because at the O2 there is a lovely moment where his voice breaks halfway through singing Red and Black, I think it was. And it's just, it didn't help that his singing partner for most of it was Ramin Karimloo.
I love a good voice break if it's in the right place, though.
Oh, it wasn't. It was just going for a big note and not getting it.
Oh, no.
He was ill, I think, though. I think from what I remember, he'd got ill just before. But yeah, he wasn't the best. But then from seeing him in it, I fell in love with the show. So basically there was a friend that I met through sort of Jonas Brothers Twitter, because that was a thing. And there was a load of us that had gone to see it because he was in it, but then there was like 2 of us that were like, we're just obsessed with the show now, so we want to see it loads. And she ended up being like one of my best friends, and we ended up going to see it quite a lot. And that's the reason why I've seen it so many times. It's because she used to live in London. I used to go and visit her, and we'd go and see it, and we saw all the cast changes and stuff.
I've seen it twice.
Lucky you.
Once with Chloe's least favourite Marius.
Let's not talk about Brava. Getting sleepers are going to head off. Thanks for the laughs and sprints. Thanks, Gem. Night, Gem. More nights, Gem. Oh. But before she heads off, Eddie Redmayne singing Empty Chairs, Empty Tables makes me bawl every time. I do like his version of Empty Chairs, Empty Tables. It's not like the best.
I like it, but like I love Michael Ball, so like no one's gonna beat Michael Ball for me.
Oh, Michael Ball's voice, and just he's a pure legend, isn't he?
I'm still going to argue that Rob Houghton's version of Empty Chairs, Empty Tables is the superior version, but okay.
I haven't heard that version.
I love him. So, but yeah, Michael Ball is very.
I enjoyed Gareth Gates' version, so.
I do really like Michael Ball as Javert. Is a very good Javert. I like him playing slightly more like complicated characters. Like I saw him play Sweeney Todd, and he was really good as that because it was just a little bit more like to it.
I loved him as Edna in Hairspray.
Yes.
Like he like thrived in that role.
I think he could thrive anywhere. I think he's just
I love when like someone just lets him sing what he wants to, because he just always picks like the woman song, and he's like, "I'm gonna kill this."
Yeah. Watch me go.
I saw his tour that he did with Alfie Boe. My mum wanted to go and see it because she loves Alfie Boe, and he was just, you could tell he was just so happy just to be on stage. Like that's all it is. You can tell he just loves being up there performing. Right. So now we've got Tori getting a little bit lemons, which I enjoy. Castle in the Cloud, Little Fall of Rain, just everything from lemons. Guys. I don't have money to go see everything when I'm at Yelk. Stop.
I have vouchers that I'm spending, and then I will spend money.
Oh my god, Meg.
What was it? Oh, is this about the Evans?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
Have you seen Hannah Bales reacting to the 4 Evans? No, I have not.
I love Hannah Bales. She's great.
I mean, Google her on YouTube.
I don't know who this is.
I think I've seen her.
She's a vocal coach.
Is she American with red hair?
Yeah.
I might have seen her.
And I watched a lot of vocal coach react to Jeremy Jordan videos for a while, because that was like my comfort.
She's great.
And then I just watched her react to everything else.
Have you heard her voice though?
But Meg, did you know we're going to go and see Jeremy Jordan in like 2 months' time?
I did. I'm so excited.
I want to see all the plays.
This is a concert.
Oh, I want to see all the plays.
But we could go see the show that he did originate the character of. Just to tie things back.
Basically, Meg is trying to like just be like, Bonnie and Clyde, Lisa. Bonnie and Clyde. She really wants to go and see Bonnie and Clyde.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going seeing it regardless. It's just when I book it will depend on other people.
Yes.
Les Mis is a masterpiece. That's all we need to hear. But yeah, because the characters have a tune per character. Yes, so they're all singing over themselves. You can pick out which singer is singing. Yeah, like One Day More is just like it's one of the best like songs sung in sort of like counterpoint that I've ever heard. Like you can hear like, every single
musical motif comes through separately. It's so good.
Like, do you, when you listen to it, if you're singing along, do you have like certain parts that you automatically sing? Because mine is always Eponine and Marius, and then going a little bit into Valjean.
There is. Me and my friends were so embarrassing. So when we used to like stay over at each other's houses when we were younger, we would put that song on, and we would each pick like 4 people that we had to try and cover everything from until you got to the big crescendo. And she would always get it wrong, and I'd be like, "No, you've decided to do these people. Stop singing these bits." So I tend to go for Jean Valjean just because like he starts earlier, and then I like Loris's bit, and then Marius, and then Eponine.
This is like always not the same, not the same as the theatre, but with a little mix. Me and my friend, we used to like listen to them. Well, we don't listen to much anymore, but we were listening to when there were 4 of them, and it'd be like, okay, so these parts are your parts, these parts are my parts, and we'll come together at this. And we literally, our housemates were like, you do realise you're not actually singing? Like, we don't care. We're performing. We're performing.
We were both so bad. We're so bad. But we were like dedicated.
My sister, being the older sister, was the one who was always in sort of control when I was younger, and she was a massive Take That fan. So you know, in like a lot of Take That songs, it's mainly Gary singing and then everyone else doing backup. So it was used to be Back for Good. My sister would sing Gary's bits, and then I would have to do backup. Be like, "When's you back? When's you back?
When's you back for good?"
And it still carries on to this day. Like if I'm singing it and she's in the house, it automatically just falls back to that part. I just sing the backup. That's what I do.
We were listening to one of their old songs the other day, and like it's because of what suits my voice more than what suits his. It's like I tend to do like the Perry parts. So like the other day I was like not in the mood to do a Perry part, and he stopped the song and he was like, rewind. I was like, okay, let me just get out of this slump that I'm in right now. And he's like, okay, thank you. We'll restart. And we started the song so we could like I could do my Perry part. Oh, God, I love him.
That. I don't know. Home
Free voice playing pentatonics in my love outside of theatre.
Oh, never heard of the other two.
Is it bad of me that I fast forwarded through most of the songs watching the film musical of Hugh Jackman? No, because some of the versions in the film were not the best. If you were fast forwarding through Russell Crowe, you did the right thing.
You did.
But have you heard the when did you watch the video when Hugh Jackman was watching when she was singing like This Is Me, and she was singing it in front of Hugh Jackman and like the in front of him, and he was tearing up, and like her voice, and he was just like genuine appreciation for the masterpiece that was her voice, and she wasn't even supposed to be that part, was she? Like she wasn't initially picked for that part. It was supposed to be someone else. And then he was like, "We like that."
There's another story behind Hugh Jackman with Greatest Showman and that particular thing.
Oh, don't ruin my life.
No, it won't. It won't matter to you at all. It's basically so Jeremy Jordan, the actor we're going to go and see in concert in August. He was, because he's friends with the writers of the music for the film, he'd done a lot of the demo stuff, and he was hoping he'd get cast in a part because he'd kind of like set it up in a way like that he'd get something, not obviously the main part because Hugh Jackman was in it, but Zac Efron's part preferably. And he got invited. Basically, Hugh Jackman couldn't sing they were doing like a performance for the studio or something, and Hugh Jackman couldn't sing because he just had surgery to remove a mole on his nose, and if he sung, he'd rip the out. So Jeremy Jordan, who is an amazing singer, who's like been on Broadway and he's done lots of TV stuff as well. He's fairly well known in. He was asked to go and do it, so he's singing this, and then Hugh Jackman decided, because he was kind of using it as his audition. So he starts singing, and then Hugh Jackman was just overcome by the music. Pushes him to a side almost, like sort of comes in and starts singing. So he just quietly steps back. Didn't get his moment in front of the studio because Hugh Jackman. It's that video it went viral where Hugh Jackman sort of just stepped in when he wasn't supposed to be singing, and then he just suddenly sings it, and everyone's wowed by it. And the guy that he sang over is Jeremy Jordan, and then he found out a week later that Zac Efron had got the part.
And I was watching it, right? I was watching this video and I was like, that's Jeremy Jordan. And then the only 2 videos they released of that thing that they filmed the entire thing of were Keala Settle singing This Is Me and Hugh Jackman singing From Now On. I'm like, where is Jeremy Jordan singing any of these songs? That is what I want. So I put a link in the private chat for you, Lisa, to a video of Jeremy Jordan talking through that experience and singing parts of the songs.
He did it at the last concert that he did. He did a medley of songs. He's known for medleys and things, and it was a big section on Greatest Showman, and it was like my heart breaks for him. You do live at the opposite end side from the West End.
I need to move.
My energy is low today. Busy week, preschool graduation event, and this celebration today with students of the final day of school year. In poop emoji. Eggs and bacon all I have stopped for.
May all your bacon burn.
So here I am not reading it all, and Sayapan's finished another book.
Sayapan!
Making
Don't
very
log
slow
it. It's
progress
fine.
with what
Don't
I've been
log
reading
it.
things.
Never.
Rachel
You don't
Tucker in
have to
Wicked.
log your books.
Rachel Tucker in Wicked was amazing. You are very correct, Tori.
I need to see that, but last time I looked, the prices were friggin' ridiculous.
Not too bad. It's just yeah, you just have to know where to go. So Lisa, when we in July, I'm gonna teach you some things of how to find.
Sounds ominous. Do I need to bring a notebook and pen?
Well, I'm just gonna download you a couple of apps on your phone and be like, well, one app really. It's just me. Here is Today Ticks. Use this.
Best app ever.
Yeah, it's where they do all like the lotteries and stuff for on the day tickets. No, because this is where I got £20 tickets to sit front row watching Lily James do Romeo and Juliet. Okay. It's pretty good.
And then there's a Hamilton app where you can get £10 front row seats if you win the lottery, which I did once.
I've never won the Hamilton one. I've won the Book of Mormon one.
And we don't care anymore. But we also won the Friday 40 for the Cursed Child.
I did not enter that one.
Yeah.
I didn't enter it, my friend did. I will say the staging was phenomenal.
Oh, I've seen it 3 times. I just
Oh, you didn't pay for it.
Well, I went to the second ever performance of it. I got preview tickets. I was on the queue for the preview tickets for 6 hours. It was, bearing in mind this was before we knew what we know now.
Yeah.
This was my graduation present to myself because it was like the day after my graduation.
Oh, this was like first year uni for me that we got.
Such a shame. Such a fucking shame.
Yeah. But like the plot is like terrible.
I mean, like I still have them on here, but you know the when it first started, they'd get about these little like pins saying "keep the secret" when you came out of it, because you weren't supposed to share any of the details, and I still have all of that stuff.
Well, you've already bought it, haven't you? So you might as well keep it.
Pin from the store.
Yeah.
Like that. And then I kept this really cute little dark mark that I think came in like an Illuma crate off Fairy Loot. Yeah. And I was like going to give it to my friend, and then she just like moved from the country and I never saw her again. So I was like, never mind.
The ones I used to have not even. Sorry.
I used to have a Gryffindor because I was massively a Gryffindor, obviously. And the I used to have a Gryffindor wallet and had my cards in. And before I became a booktuber and I knew anything about this thing, because outside of booktube, the whole J.K. Rowling thing is not very well known. Well, from where I stand anyway, it wasn't. And then I was on the bus. Was it bus or train? And I was like, in between songs, I heard some whispering, and I saw someone pointing at me, and they were like proper digging into me, not at me, because people don't talk to you like that. But they were talking about me, like right next to me, like how much of a horrible person I was still owning a Gryffindor thing, given the fact that she's a transphobe and all this lot. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, what is going on? So then I googled it, and then I was like, oh. But it was like they're proper laying into me. Like, so next to like proper slacking me off. Like having this, I was like, oh my, I felt so awful and uncomfortable for the whole journey. I was like, I want to go home. Hiding it back in my pocket.
See, yeah, it's just a strange one.
Horrible. They don't know me. They were just like laying into it. Like, oh.
Because the thing is, as well, is I think like obviously there's some people who do still choose to support her anyway, but like the other thing to think about is that 1, people just genuinely don't know sometimes, and 2, even if they do know, like people have very complicated relationships with that series now, and people choose to do different things, whether that's sort of still keep stuff they've already got and just not buy anything new, or people purchasing through like independent sellers that none of the money's going to her. Like everyone sort of comes to their own decision, don't they? We shouldn't call anyone else out for it, unless they're doing something that's like genuinely harming someone else.
Yeah, it was just a bit strange. I was like, never had that experience before, and I felt like, am I gonna get lynched when I come off the train? They're fucking really aggressive with it.
Yeah. No, I've still got stuff that, like, obviously there's been, but like the ones I've got on there, they're more like the ones I got free when I went to stuff. So it's like more because of like what it was. Like I've got a happy birthday badge from when I went to the set tour on my birthday.
Oh,
And
oh, that's cute.
You ask for the happy, obviously, well, if anyone, some people still might go that are in the comments. If you do ever go, you ask for the happy birthday badge when you go to the cloakroom. They give it you, and then when you get to the Great Hall and you open the doors, anybody whose birthday it is gets to open the doors. So I got to actually open the doors to the Great Hall.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah. But that was probably one of the last things I ever did that was like spending money on the series. Because that was back in like 2019, 2018, 2019. So
I'm in 2020, right? The year that didn't exist.
I'm guessing this is the vocal coach. My phone is going off.
I was
like
obsessed
crazy.
with Julian the Phantom's reactions. It's just like, yes, give me all of the Julian the Phantom's content.
I've never watched that series.
Oh my god, Chloe, it's so good, but it's not been renewed.
I know.
I'm
This is why I
definitely
haven't
not
watched it.
watching it.
I'm like, it's just
it was
not having True Calling all over again. You're not doing
and
that.
It's really small. It's only short, and it's just so happy and queer, and like,
no,
the songs are so good.
The one series that did that to me, True Calling, I was so into it, and it left on a cliffhanger, and I was like,
yes,
"Oh my god, what's gonna happen now? It's cancelled."
Yeah, I mean, Firefly is still the worst, but at least that got a film.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
I've never seen Firefly, so
it's not been renewed, and like there are like unanswered questions at the end of it, but it's not like you're not dying for like answers. And I'm pretty sure he wants to go back to it eventually. So I just need to keep the hype up online. I personally, because I can accomplish this. No, people need to keep the hype up for it online.
I love this. My friend and I do Joe Raimi with every part and do it from start to end.
I love Do
Without
backing track.
Yeah, I used to always sing the background bits of that one because my mum would sing the words really loudly. So I'd just be there like, Ray.
My best bit is like the "Don't make me so ray fa fa la dee dee."
It was mostly Russell Crowe singing. That was torture. Yes, it was.
Oh no.
Yes, it was. Right, so again, I'm going like very sorry if I'm completely alienating anyone who hasn't listened to Les Mis soundtrack or anything like that. But so Stars is Jabert's big song in the show. And for some reason, every time you go and see that show, everyone goes crazy when Stars happens. It's a decent song, but it's not the best. It's not standout compared to all the others. So I'm always just like, okay, like I get it. I just don't quite know why you love it. When I saw Russell Crowe singing it, I was just like, this is the worst song I've ever heard in my entire life. When I heard Michael Ball sing it, I was like, no, I get this now. And then also there's Bradley Jaden singing it at the minute, and Norm Lewis also did it very well. But Bradley
I love Norm Lewis. He was Phantom, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He was
I was on the sprints the other day. I was saying about me going to see Les Mis, and part of the reason that I wanted to go is because Bradley Jaden's playing Javert at the minute, and I showed a picture of what Bradley Jaden looked like, and I was like, there we go.
I'm going to be watching loads of musical-related YouTube soon. I might just find out who these people are and what they sing. I'll be obsessed. I know I am.
It's literally just a date story. It's an excellent app.
Basically, anything that you can do that has like lottery tickets or day tickets, it's not great if you want to book things in advance. But if you kind of like say you're going to London for a weekend, you want to see some shows and you're not sure what, you sort of open to it, you can get so many deals on there. I mean, you can also go to... Sorry.
During London Theatre Week, they tend to have sales on as well. So if you want to see things within the next like 2 months, you're like pretty good.
There is also, if you're on the day and you just want last minute tickets, there is a booth in Leicester Square that sells. It's called TKTS. They sell tickets, but they have now also started selling them online because of COVID, which makes it a lot easier. Because I got so many like day tickets from TKTS before. I think I can't remember what it was for, but I got something that was supposed to be £90 and it cost me 15.
Jesus.
Yeah, you can get some good things. Teen me thought I was a Slytherin. Adult me knows I'm a Hufflepuff. Teen me thought I was Gryffindor because I just wanted to be the same thing as the main characters, and then adult me is like, hey, you are a Ravenclaw.
Teen me and adult me are both on the same page in the fact that I am a Ravenclaw.
Yeah.
Tori could never be a Slytherin. I don't think you have a Slytherin type bone in your body. Not that they have bones, but you know what I mean? You don't have a Slytherin. You don't have any sort of Slytherin traits at all.
No. Another 165 points to Team Loki.
Well, I did actually have a look at how many points I've got, and it's really not a lot, because not a lot of my just like random picky up dart attack reads had like things. So I'm at like 1,005 for my 11 books.
Still good.
That's still good. On average, I think that would still put you above Liv.
Yeah, I think one of my books was like 35 points, and I was like, great. Love this.
Come on.
I did get to open the doors, Tori. Yeah, there we go. I think she put it just as I was about to say that. That's what I did. Library fans kept up the hype. Yes, I
got one.
I funded the Kickstarter for Veronica Mars to get the film made, and I loved the film. That new series.
I'm ignoring it. I know a thing.
I forgot that it happened.
I found out it happened, and I was like, well, I'm just not going to watch that then.
The thing is, the rest of the series is really good, and it's really good up until that point, and they just like got a happy ending, and then sorry.
No.
Veronica Mars.
Yeah,
I used to watch Veronica Mars, but I don't know if there's a.
Don't watch the reboot. Yeah. Don't watch it.
No.
Okay. Just don't.
So leave it with the happy Veronica Mars ending then.
Well, I mean, the original series ending is quite ambiguous. If you watch the film, absolutely fine. Don't watch the series 4.
Okay.
I was so mad when I found out.
Or if you do miss the last episode. I've watched it once, and I'm really bitter because, like I said, I had donated to the Kickstarter. Like I paid for the version where I got the DVD of the film sent to me and everything, and I was like, I watched it at midnight when it came through on the download link. I was so hyped for everything about it, and then when the reboot series, I was like, yes, there we go. No. I had a T-shirt that said "I saved Veronica Mars" on it because you got it as part of the Kickstarter campaign. Thanks so many cancel series. I think I've learned to be okay with open-ended endings.
Did you ever watch Alphas?
No.
Oh, did you watch what?
Alphas?
No. Oh yes, yes, I did.
That left on the biggest cliffhanger, and I came back like 6 months later to find out what happened. And I was like, oh, there will be no more.
I hate myself for watching that show.
I'm like, I was really enjoying it. It was like an interesting take on superheroes and like special powers.
Totally. See, I think this is why it didn't do well, is because it's not your typical hero type show.
And I was like, seems to be doing pretty good. It was just ahead of its time.
Yeah, I think it was, and they need to bring it back and reboot it. That's one they need to reboot, and they need to give me the ending that I'm happy with, not that. Why would you do that? And at least do a Firefly, wrap up in a film. You know, you wrap it up in a film. Let me know how these people end. Like
that cliffhanger was so irritating. They mentioned it on The Big Bang Theory.
I remember that. Yeah, that's why I know of that series, and that's why I've never watched it.
I remember that. And I was like, oh my god, I feel your pain, guys. I feel your pain. Yeah. And Sheldon goes on this rant, like, like that's me.
Yeah. I was like, I get it.
I feel your pain. Bless you.
Brown coat spotted. Hello. Basically, a brown coat is a Firefly fan. And yeah, basically, that is.
I'm like a fan of Firefly, but I've never been in the fandom for Firefly because I watched it so many years after it came out.
So my first fandom that I was ever really a part of was Buffy and Angel. Like, I was on message boards as like an 8-year-old, doing like role play games and things. When you used to do that, it was and so it was sort of, again, a horrible person these days, but it was that sort of Joss Whedon universe type thing. So
I was
Firefly came
obsessed
up
with
from that, and then
Dollhouse.
Dollhouse as well. Yeah.
Dollhouse. That was so good.
Incredibly problematic from a
Yeah.
perspective of like today, but like
Yeah.
when I was watching it, I was obsessed. It also helped that Eliza Dashke was like really hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, yeah, these days they would be like, that's the objectification of women, but and it kind of was. But on the other hand, it's a friggin' amazing. That was ahead of its time as well.
It's just like the
I feel, in a lot
commodification
of
of the
ways.
human body, like as
Yeah.
opposed to of women in general, because like there were men there. Like the
Yeah, true.
Enver Gojak guy was also very, very much objectified.
They probably should have made more of like them, like had it be more of a balanced thing in there, and then that would have made it slightly less problematic.
Yeah, I loved that. Like that was another thing that was just kind of like unusual for its time. Like you didn't really see much of that, like a female protagonist being total fucking badass. Other than Buffy, but then Buffy has always been different, hasn't she?
I can see
And
the
that also got cancelled too soon, and the ending was just like thrown together.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
There was a time period where a lot of shows weren't really given the chance to kind of establish themselves, because like completely different show, but that's the same era as Smash. So it's that sort of
Dark
time.
Angel. Did you ever watch Dark Angel?
I've seen bits of it. I never loved it.
Oh my god, that's the same thing. It was like slow burn, slow burn, slow burn. Oh, let's rush it up now. There you go, done. Wow.
Well, the fact that Glee got like 8 seasons and Smash got 2 is my villain origin story.
Have you ever heard of Smash, Lisa?
No.
So Smash is basically about Broadway and putting on Broadway shows. It's all based around this this duo writing a musical based on Marilyn Monroe, and it's casting Marilyn Monroe. So there's a sort of actress who's been working in the ensemble for years and never got her big break, and then there is a new actress who's never worked on stage before, and it's kind of them two competing throughout it. And that's sort of the basic premise, but then it goes from there so much more. And it's only got 2 seasons. They did luckily manage to have like an ending to it, because they knew
they'd been cancelled. Yeah.
It ends at the Tony Awards, and it's like it's a big thing, but yeah, it's such a good show, and it's got a really like cult following afterwards. And the songs from it, like people are still asking. Actually, they're in the works to finally get it on stage. The actual Bombshell, the musical that's in it, they're trying to get it as an actual musical, because that was the idea. It was always supposed to be that they'd write a different musical each year, and then they'd end up putting them on stage, because it was produced by Spielberg. It had so much money behind it. And it was written by the writers of Hairspray, and it was just, yeah.
The thing about Glee for me is that Rachel What's-Her-Face, like she had a great voice, but even in real life, she's a pretentious bitch, isn't she? Right? There's
so many problems with her.
So many problems. She is a problematic human being. Long walk, short pier. I mean, yeah. But like the voices, like Mercedes, like her voice, and like I've seen her afterwards. She went on there's a guy called Terrell, and he does like his own YouTube, and she was singing on that, and her voice.
I saw her in Dreamgirls. She's very good.
Oh, she's amazing. Like, oh, I can't believe her voice. But then as it went on, like the other people that came in, like I can't remember his name, but the boyfriend of what's his name? One of these guys' boyfriend came in, and he was a good singer. But then they had Adam Lambert.
We're talking about Darren Criss.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, him. His voice, his look was like, but his voice was like, it's so good. And like they had Adam Lambert singing "Marry the Night," and my god, that guy could choke me. I know he's gay, but it's oh my god, I can't not like his voice is amazing. Some of the voices were just outstanding. Just the acting skills are pretty shit, and some of the like not so good voices kind of brought it down a bit, and then her attitude. right down another notch. But some of the voices that came out of that were just impeccable.
I will say though, like when I think of Glee now, like part of it, all I can think, because I enjoyed it at the time, but then it did get ridiculous. But all I can think of now is how like problematic half of the cast have ended up being afterwards. Like we remember that what happened with Puck, right?
Yeah.
No,
I don't think he was ever accused of molesting, but there was definitely a cache of child pornography.
And
then obviously there's her with her hairness.
Yeah. I mean, and then there's just some weird things around. Like, has anyone seen the stuff that came out in the Spring Awakening documentary? It's nothing like
I haven't watched it,
but it's just weird. Basically.
Oh yeah, the mirror. No, the like. Yeah.
What?
You go ahead. I can't tell the story properly, so we'll wait for Chloe to get back. But yeah, it's odd.
Sorry, my mum just popped her head in to say goodnight. Basically, yeah, it's a strange one. So, Lea Michele's best friend in real life is Jonathan Groff, he was in Glee. He was Jesse St. James in Glee.
Yeah,
he's the original King George III in Hamilton. I love him. He's an amazing performer. Saw him in How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying. And yeah, anyway, off topic. He's gay, and he basically, they'd become really close when because they both started out together on, like, that was their big Broadway debut. And yeah, because they were having a conversation one day, and he was talking about, as a gay man, he didn't really understand what a woman's body was like. So she volunteered to let him inspect her vagina, and basically got a desk lamp that was next to them and held it there, and was just kind of like letting him get to know the female anatomy. And then, but the thing is like, fair enough, that happens. Like, why, like, you know what I mean? Like, no, not what I mean, but like, fair enough, that's something that happened.
If you say so, Chloe. We all live different lives.
I'm going now.
I don't know. That is something that happened. Like, you can understand him sort of being like, I just honestly don't know what this is. It's a bit strange that she was like, yes, just have a look. What happened though in the documentary is that, like, he did not bring this up at all. She decided to randomly tell this story. She was talking about how close they were, and she's like, oh, that makes me think of this story. Told this story to the, like, people that were interviewing it. So then he got asked about it in his interview, and he explained what it was, and then just like, I can't believe she told you that. It was just like really awkward. Just like, really, why is this being shown in this documentary?
That is weird. But the thing is, when you think about it, like, a lot of bad things have happened to that cast, haven't there?
Oh yeah.
Two of them are dead.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was accused of, like, the pornography thing, and the other one. Who else is dead?
Who are you thinking of?
Flynn Evoludoodoo. Can't remember his real name. The actress who played, I can't remember her name now.
Santana. Yeah, the one who got done for child porn is also dead.
Is he actually dead?
Yeah, he died in 2018. He killed himself.
I didn't know he died. I knew he killed. Okay, so there's lots of deaths around in that cast. And then the rest have just faded into the background, and you've got Mercedes, aka I can't remember her real name, just like smashing.
Her name's Amber Riley.
Yeah. I just remember cast names. Just smashing the shit out of her, ain't she?
And then you've got Matthew Morrison kicked off of his show recently for sending text messages to one of the contestants. Yeah.
Well, you've got like Karen Criss and like Melissa Benoist and like Grant Gustin who are like doing their thing with their like DC shows, and like
you've got Alex Newell as well, who was came into it in like later on, same time as Melissa Benoist. One sec, I'll show you.
One of them an author. One of them's an author, aren't they?
Oh, Chris Colfer, yeah.
Chris Colfer, yeah.
One sec.
I want to read his books. I've heard they aren't so good.
They're all middle grade, aren't they?
Yeah.
I can
imagine him doing a good middle grade series.
I'm like so hesitant to ever pick up middle grade.
That one's Alex Newell.
Oh yes,
I didn't ever see an episode of him.
Sang in drag a lot of the time.
Yeah.
They're quite successful, like as a musician. But also they were in a TV series called Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist.
Oh, that was him.
Yeah, them.
Right. Them. Sorry. Right.
We've just got singing of things. Might wait and see what's not quite free, but cheap. We're getting very behind on comments again. Still going, yes, because we don't stop talking.
We've done 2 sprints in 4 hours, 15 minutes.
I was about to say, like, should we do one more, but do a short one?
Yeah.
I don't want to just sort of like leave and just be like, we're done.
It's like, we've been talking for so long.
Yeah. It's the problem when I start talking about theatre. I'm very sorry.
Don't apologise. I like talking. You wouldn't have thought that, would you?
Never picked up on that.
But then Tori's also apologising.
Yeah.
What was the show with the cliffhanger? Mega didn't catch it. Alphas.
Yeah. The Alphas.
Tori wrote fanfiction for Angel and Buffy. I didn't write it, but I read a lot of it. That's the first fanfiction I ever read.
I didn't watch Buffy in order, so I watched Spike before I watched Angel, and so I was obsessed with Buffy and Spike.
Yeah, same. So, I mean, I watched them in order and I still prefer Spike.
Like, yeah, as soon as Spike came on the scene, I'm like, yeah, Angel, go fuck yourself.
Nope. Angel can go with Cordelia. It's fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I always, from like, as soon as I saw Spike, I'm like, he's the devil in disguise, and he's an evil person, but I want him to get with Buffy.
He has hidden depths.
In all fairness, I can go on a whole sort of discussion about his character. Like there is one particular scene in season 6 when it's very problematic, and yes, I get why people are sort of afterwards are like, no, we're not with him anymore. But I want to point out things that Angel did when he had a soul, and the difference between what Spike then did as a reaction when he didn't have a soul. Just going to point that out.
We want the essay, Chloe.
10-point essay.
Anyone who may potentially watch it at some point. I can tell you afterwards. It's fine.
We need a breakdown. Give me facts and figures.
Yeah, because I realized that everyone knows Drusilla. Like, I loved how, like, he was just, like, ride or die. Like, for the romantic. Like, I was like, that's my kind of guy.
No. So, when I say, like...
flying in my room.
When I say I was obsessive with Buffy, me and my sister once tried and succeeded to name all 144 episodes of Buffy in order, and I can tell you what happens in every single episode. So when I'm saying like the things of like what happened in this episode, I can tell you exactly what episode it is. Like, but yeah,
I love the commitment.
I can give you the essay if you want it. I had the full season 1 of Firefly and Movie Serenity. I give them a rewatch when in the mood for it. Dark Angel was so good. It
was so
all good all the time.
All good.
So did anyone ever watch Lost Girl? I feel like that was way ahead of its time.
I think I may have. I can't remember. It sounds familiar.
It was about a succubus who then like became like a PI for like supernatural creatures. And she also was like, she never like labeled her sexuality, but she was very open to all sexualities. And what really pissed me off about it was I really hated her female love interest. Like, I hated her. And I was like, I don't want to hate this. I want to be rooting for the female ship, but I just couldn't.
Try to find it. Yes, I did. I watched that.
And she has like this best friend called Kenzie, and I love her.
No, I did not watch
Sorry. I went all. Woo! Yes.
Yeah, I did not watch that one. I've never seen that before in my life.
I feel like you would enjoy it.
I feel like you'd love it. Yeah.
Tori also saw Amber Eileen Dreamgirls. I feel bad every time like something gets mentioned. I'm like, oh yeah, I saw that, and I'm like, I suddenly realize like I've seen a lot of theatre. I'm like, but literally, I have no social life other. Well, it's not even a social life. I go on my own half of the time. So, like, I spend my money on theatre and books. That is all I do.
I've been to so many shows by myself, and I'm so proud of Becca for going by herself today.
Yeah,
She's gonna have to
I
go.
need
I
to
know.
actually. But yeah, I was gonna message her actually, like sort of before she went, because I know she was like a bit nervous about it. So I was gonna message her and be like, "Just take an audiobook, put your headphones in until it starts. You'll be fine. Like just block it out." And then I know she had like stuff going on today, so I didn't want to like sort of intrude, and I didn't know she'd still be going or not. So I was just like, but, yeah,
I'm trying to find Lost Girl now. I wonder what's Lost Girl. It's gonna be charging me in it.
Fine for me, too jarring because I don't like my Buffy first name. Every time the name was uttered, I would cringe. Fair enough. Still sad about Santana's actress. It was like it's a really horrible story as well. How she was like saving her son, and
that's literally sacrificing yourself on it.
Tori makes a very good point. Let's not forget about Grant Gustin. He was also in Glee. He was also very good. He plays a Flash in the TV show.
I did mention Grant Gustin.
Oh, did you?
Mm-hmm. When I mentioned Melissa Benoist, which is an awful pronunciation. I hate that that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah, I always want to say. Yeah, that's what I always want to say, and I'm like, yeah.
But then she did that interview with James Corden. She was like, "No, it's Benoist." I'm like, "That's disgusting. Why would you do that?" You could just decide that it's not Benoist. You could change your mind.
Love Jonathan Groff. Yes, so I have a sad story about going to stage door for Jonathan Groff though. So I went to see How to Succeed in Business.
Oh, if you're not got a picture to share with this one. No,
I haven't. I'm very upset about it. Basically, I don't know how true it is because but I went to stage door after How to Succeed in Business without really trying. It was at the South Bank Centre, and it was a one-off concert version. And we were all stood outside. We were stood outside for an hour because he kept sort of saying like, "Gary will come out there," and then had to give up because it was like the last trains. And then apparently he came out like literally like 10 minutes after I went. But I mean, they said there was no pictures, but there were only like 2 people there, so they kind of like let them into the entrance where they were having like the after party type thing, and he took pictures with them. But then none of these pictures ever came out, so I don't know if it's true or not. But I still kicked myself at the fact that I don't know if he actually came out after, and I'm like, I just wanted to meet him.
Yeah.
I'd never had listened to that musical before at all, but I just went to see it because I wanted to see him. I mean, I'd have preferred to have seen it on Broadway with Daniel Radcliffe, but that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris is an author. Yeah. He's an author.
I didn't pair Buffy and Angel, just wrote. Yeah, fair enough.
The slash confused me. That's like fan fiction lingo for pair.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was like, are you saying that you just wrote fan fiction for the series, or did you write female fan fiction for the series?
I think just fan fiction.
Fair enough.
I don't know. Or you need to be clearer.
I was trying to figure out when it was like saying because we were talking about String game, very good. Played Lindsay in Angel, with his one hand.
Oh,
very good. I liked in Angel that some of the actors got to sing. It made me very happy. I mean, obviously we had the musical episode of Buffy, but in Angel there was a whole like karaoke bar. It was fun.
Like, as much as I enjoy the musical episode of Buffy, it pisses me off that whenever people do like, "Oh, the best musicals ever," that's always in there. I'm like, it's not one of the best musicals ever.
I mean, as a musical episode of a TV show, it's very, very high up.
Yes, it's one of the best musical episodes of a TV show. It is not one of the best musicals.
I mean,
it's not, Chloe.
I'm biased. I'm very sorry. Have you heard Spikes and Rest in Peace?
Like, I have. And I've also heard actual musicals.
Makes you like, no. Oh, It's not me this time. It wasn't me for once.
Kenzie was excellent.
Kenzie was
I think this is
amazing.
your program.
Yes.
I said a bunch of those comments before you guys. Real.
I need to.
I had the Dan Rad soundtrack, know all the songs. I did eventually get to see Dan Radcliffe on stage though, because I saw him in a play instead. Well, 2 plays. female fanfiction for the series. She wrote a bunch of parents, fair enough. Saw Christian Kane in Manchester. It's amazing live. See, the person I would have wanted to have seen, no surprise here, the person I would have wanted to have seen sing from the show was so James Masters had a band called Ghost of the Robot, and me and my sister, we used to have like a family PC that was downstairs, and we had a playlist on there. We had a playlist on there that was just all songs from like TV programs and films and stuff. So a lot of it was Buffy, but then also there was like, remember the Walk to Remember soundtrack was on there, and it's like that era stuff.
Mandy Moore, like,
was it only Hope? Why is she not touring over here? I saw a video of Ben Rao, the guy, name I can never pronounce. Ben, what's his face from Jeremy Jordan's friend?
Oh yeah, right, yeah, that guy. Ben, we know Ben.
He went to see her last night, and he's posting videos, and she was singing "Only Hope" from What to Remember. And I'm just like,
no.
And
she was so good in Tangled.
Just
like Disney princess on tour. Oh, no wonder he went to see her. He's like obsessed with Disney princesses.
Exactly.
I was like, this is like an odd choice. Like not too long after the Tonys, when he was surely in New York because he did the music for the Tony performance.
I love that. Even I like the musical episode of Buffy.
I like it. I just don't think it's as good as most fully produced musicals.
I did not go and see Equus. No, I did not see him do things with a horse. I went to go and see Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, and I went to see Endgame, which was with Alan Cumming as well.
Lost Girl, you can get £10 per season on the Prime, and I'm tempted to pay £10 for each season.
Oh, it's illegally stream it, Lisa.
I'm trying to illegally stream it, but I can't find it.
I'll have a look for you later.
Right. We've got to the end of the comments. I have realised that it's 11:30 and I have to get up for work in the morning. Are we doing another sprint, or are we just calling it up as a bad job?
I think might have to finish it as a bad job, yeah.
I'm very sorry that I didn't this has not been
Stop apologising, because now when we go off track on my sprint, you can't help me. You can't play it.
I was sure I'd get like more than 2 sprints on.
It's been fun. It's been fun to chat as well. And to learn more about theatre shows, I'm going to spend a shit ton of money on seeing.
I'm just gonna like when we're in that hotel, I'm just gonna sort of break down and be like, okay, so what shows have you listened to? What do you know? What do I need to educate you on? It's gonna be fun.
I think you both need to listen to Hades Town.
I can't believe I haven't listened to it. I'm very, very sorry. I'm a bad theatre person.
I went to Spotify and I played the 6th soundtrack, right? And after the 6th soundtrack, Spotify recommends based on what you've listened to, what you should listen to, and then all these Broadway show songs keep coming on, and I'm like, add, so many good fucking songs, and I'm just like, how the hell am I can't get to watch Broadway. This is just not appropriate. But yeah, I love it.
What it's recommending to me.
Oh no, Hades Town! I've got it. I don't know why.
Which song?
I've got all of them on there.
Oh, I thought you'd saved a specific one and then
saved the album. I must have saved, because what I do is when sorry headphone users if you're still here, like whenever a song comes on and I like this out of that song, I went on and clicked on it and then saved the actual soundtrack the musical it came from. So there must have been at one point Hades Town that came on, and then I've got a list.
Excellent.
I've also got Candy Store from some other Heathers. I've got something from Tootsie. I've got something from Outmatched. Something from Other Friends. Revenge Party. I've got loads of different American ones on here. Just songs that I've liked. I'm like, oh, add to my playlist. Add to a West End and Broadway show playlist.
I'm trying to think of what I'd recommend for you in particular.
Bonnie and Clyde.
Obviously.
Yeah. Mean Girls. Mean Girls is a fun one. Not that it's in the West End, but they're looking to transfer, I believe.
Yeah, they are. Be More Chill is a fun one.
I was listening to Be More Chill today. That was one of the the songs I put on YouTube while I was pretending to do work.
Cast recording.
If you would like a song that is, I mean, you may not like this, but a song that is a panic attack in a song, but in the most endearing way possible. Michael in the Bathroom.
Michael in the bathroom at a party.
I saw. I love the
Percy Jackson has a musical that is really fun.
What? Sorry,
Percy Jackson has a musical.
I haven't listened to that yet because
Oh my god! No, well, I mean, one, George Salazar is in it, and he's excellent. And two, like, there's a song called Drive, which just brings me so much joy.
I think I've heard that one. I've heard bits of it. I've heard it on TikTok.
Right, I've got that. That saved. Oh, these want Bonnie and Clyde.
Window give me the same sad vibes.
Yeah.
And I've also saved the Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde, I'll be listening to on the morrow.
Right. So when you hear, like, because at the beginning you're going to hear child versions of Bonnie and Clyde, there's a moment where the child version of Clyde like is replaced with the adult version, and that's when you'll hear Jeremy Jordan's voice come into it. And enjoy.
So
enjoy.
Any others while we're here that I need to be listening to?
I quite like Dogfight. Not that that's ever going to be Newsies. Yes.
Newsies. Oh shit!
Newsies.
Oh.
I'm gonna send you a list tomorrow.
Yeah, send me a list.
Send me a list. Also, Chloe, I believe you need to listen to that one too.
I do. Yes.
It's called Bear, a pop opera. It's spelled like bear as in like laid bears, like BARE.
So in bear as in like roar.
Yeah. No, I said it to Maddie like 4 times before I realised that she just wasn't understanding that I was saying different words. And I was like, let me just type it out for you.
We've got a lot of thank you for the sprints. Tori wants you to listen to Book of Mormon.
I know.
Okay.
Be More Chill is the one with Michael in the bathroom. Yes.
I also like 2-player game. Like, I think it's really sweet. And I used to really irritate my friend because I used to just go to her like, is it really true I'm your favorite person? She's like, it's not.
I really like Smartphone Hour.
Oh,
I just love like the electronic-y like do like bit, like it just like gets in my brain.
Oh, when you are looking at Be More Chill, I'm going to have a look at which, in a minute when this goes off, I'm going to look at which version you found, because there's 2 cast recordings. There's the one before it went to Broadway and the one after. The one after is better. It's got more songs on it.
Okay.
It's got Lose a Geek or whatever on it, which is a great song. Come From Away is also an amazing soundtrack. Newsies. Yeah. Dreamgirls. Avenue Q. You like Avenue Q. It's Grown Up Sesame Street.
Yeah.
There's a song called Everybody's a Little Bit Racist. There's a song called The Internet is for Porn. There's a song called Schadenfreude, which is all about the like joy you get when other people are in a bit misery.
Also, listen to Young Frankenstein.
I've not listened to that. I'm very sorry.
Chloe.
I was bitter that I never got to see it with Hadley Fraser.
He was so good. But like, I didn't see it. Like the theatre was like half empty. Like there was no one there. It was so sad. Oh, right. Hadley Fraser was so talented.
It's a little Frankenstein.
We're gonna end the sprints because this is just me and Meg going like musicals. Yeah. It is an actual word. Yes, I know it. I like that you asked your friend if it was true though. Right. On that note, thank you guys for joining. Thanks everyone. And we'll see you. I don't know when we're seeing you next because I don't know if Liv's sprinting tomorrow or not.
Probably Becca's Sunday, maybe.
Yeah, because Liv may be sprinting tomorrow, but I know she's been tired, so we'll see. Right. Bye.